Well, hello. Clearing my throat. Oh, shoot, I forgot to get my sparkling soda. Okay, let me just say hi, firstly. Thank you guys. Hey, Nala. Nala says hi. So Nala's being a bit needier than normal because I've kicked her out of my room since I've got a new tattoo, so I have to make my bedroom as cat hair free as possible. So if she's a bit more, yeah, as you can tell right now, she's just being a little bit more needy overall. Isn't that right, Nala? Yeah, she's been like, last night, basically, the whole night, she's been pawing at the door, because I keep it closed now, and she's just, you can hear her crying and meowing in the background. It is what it is. She's very spoiled. It's just, you know, she's a drama queen right now. Isn't that right, Nala? Yeah. What the? Yes. I'll let you guys hear. I guess I can put the mic closer. No, Nala. It's because we love you. Yeah? Yeah, good girl. I can't tell if she gets it from me or if I get it from her in terms of my ability to yap. Come on, Nala. What's going on? Yeah? What's going on? This is what I swear the only thing that's changed is one, obviously, I was mentioning. I have a new tattoo, which obviously I'll show you guys. Shout out to my artist, Nick. He's actually here with me right now. I think he's in the bedroom or something, but yeah, it was very, very impromptu. I'm so excited with how it turned out, and it spun off a few other ideas of like what we can do in addition to it. But it was a big move for me because obviously it is a hand tattoo. Okay, so I'll kind of break into it a little bit further later. Let me just give my normal greetings. I just wanted my cat to kind of say hi first. Now that she's calmed down, I think I can put music back on. There we go. Oh, hold on. Music might be a bit too loud. Let me see. Something like this. Testing the audio levels. This should be fine. I've got it in max. Okay. All right. Excuse me, guys. We just had a quick dinner. And let me grab my soda. I need my soda. Sparkling soda. Okay. All right, we're back. I'm gonna have to keep clearing my throat though. So, now that my cat is busy, I think you can see her right now. She's just munching away over there. Meanwhile, Kimbap, not a care in the world. Look at this dude. Yes, Kimbap, we're talking about you. Good boy. Okay, anyways. Clearing my throat again. Welcome everyone to day 106. Day 106 of my live streaming journey. It's been quite a journey, as you guys might be aware of. Yeah, I guess 106 streams ago, I decided I want to test out streaming, and I figured I might as well go big, and I ended up trying to stream on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick at the same time. Nothing's changed by the... Well, okay, sorry. I continue wanting to stream on all three. However, due to some technical issues, I've limited it to YouTube and Twitch for now. So yeah, sorry those meager people on Kick in terms of my followers there. But it's been a fun journey, and so we're kicking off the 106th day with a new... Oh, Nala, come on. Nala, you gotta avoid me. Come on. Come on, Nala. Yeah, so Nala's just being super needy right now. Which is adorable, I guess. I want to say hi? Good girl. Can you go over here? Good girl. Since I got a new tattoo, I do have to make sure to keep it as cat hair free as possible. So right now it's under wraps. So we've got this, how can I show this best? So right now, you can see that shiny thing. It's just basically, imagine like, it's called a second skin or a skin wrap. And it's what tattoo artists oftentimes use, as well as like, actually, I guess nurses, medics use it as well for like injuries. And if you think about it, a tattoo is microscopic injuries, right? It's just like a needle that's penetrated your skin thousands of times. So basically, as part of the healing process, you'll put it under this kind of second skin. That's one of the ways that you can actually do the aftercare. So right now it is under that, mainly because since I have two cats, ideally this is the best route for me to prevent cat hair from entering or touching or infecting the open wound, which is AKA my tattoo. So the shine is from that. I wonder how close I can show it. And I'll keep showing this obviously as we continue the stream, but man, I'm so happy with how this turned out. Basically, imagine this as part one. My goal is to continue. We're going to keep, I think right now my thought is with my artist, Nick, he has a buddy who does like color tattoos, and they sometimes work together on a particular design. So imagine like color ink and then the black ink, you know, in a nice cohesive manner. So I'm thinking I might do that for this arm. So where my artist here, he would continue here throughout the empty space, because I still have space here. Let's wait this out. I still have space throughout here. Yeah, let's call it all of this space up until here. So he can basically continue that, but at the same time, he's got a fellow artist who can actually do color ink. So imagine color weaving in between, like, you know, layered effect. So it can be behind or in front of this ink at the same time. So anyways, we got some interesting concepts to work with. So, but yeah, at the very least, in terms of this ink right here, I am so happy with how this turned out. And basically the thought process, he basically does his own, like, he calls it like neo-symbolism. So he'll just create his own symbols based on, basically based on what I say or what he wants. And so he wanted something that was a bit more like futuristic, but mixing it with nature, as well as leveraging my photography passion. So you can see here, for example, we focused on my trigger finger. I think I have to cover my eye. Hold on. Yeah, so my index finger is the one that got inked. So you can imagine it's like, it's the finger you use to snap the picture. So that's where it all starts from. So you can kind of see the moment of the snap over here. And then as the light comes in, as it weaves through into something that you essentially are creating as your own. So anyways, there's a lot of thought in that sense put behind it, but yeah. Maple Glade says slick hand tat. Thank you very much, man. It was, I think it's like a 6-hour session. So yeah, and I want to shout out my artist. Look at this shiny arm. Yes, it's super shiny. I've got it under wraps, like literally. So there's they call it like a second skin So this is one of the ways that you can protect your the tattoo after it's been inked, because obviously you can imagine it's just an open wound, and especially with my two cats, I have to do anything possible to prevent them from causing some infection. Hopefully prevent cat hair and stuff like that getting in. So hence why it's shiny right now. This is going to look disgusting in a few days. Actually, probably starting tomorrow. If my memory serves, it's been over 2 years since I got my last tattoo. But usually what happens is, because it's like an open wound, in the next coming days, it will start to like... Okay, it's going to look ugly, because you're going to imagine a lot of like, your body is fighting this wound. So it's going to create its own like layer of pus. I don't know if pus is the right word, but it has its own defense system to protect itself against such a wound. And the skin wrap will keep all of that built in, right? So it has nowhere to go. So it's all trapped in there. So it's going to look nasty in the coming days, but it's just all part of the healing process. Once it's done though, oh man. So anyways, from a distance, you guys can kind of see it here. But it's basically meant to be inspired by like my photography, my travels, wildlife, nature, just all of that kind of combined. So I'm so happy with how this turned out. Like I said, this is like step one. This is phase one. My goal is to do like colored ink on the other fingers and like kind of weave around, kind of like spread it in between, and then carry on to the rest of this. So yeah, we got some ideas, but yeah, thank you very much. So anyways, that's what's new with me. As part of that, yeah, that's why I couldn't do the stream earlier today. It's a little bit unfortunate that this is my dominant hand. So you can imagine how difficult it is for me to do anything really. Even like eating, I'm using my left hand to like pick up food and, oh, dude. But this is nothing. This is the price you pay, okay? So, oh yeah, I wanted to shout out my artist. He might hop through here in a second. Let me see though. Let me type his name. You can find him on Instagram. What would it be? https:// Okay, let me test this. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so I'm going to share his Instagram account here. So he goes by symbol.supply on Instagram. Amazing artist. He actually did 2 of my other ink work before in the past on my shoulders. So you got, and it's this one he did fully hand. So it's called like hand poking. So he just takes a needle and it's just like literally, can you imagine? Just like manually drilling into my body. So yeah, he did my previous work on both shoulders, and these are like hand poked style. So it's like neo-symbology style. It's his own concept really. So anyways, so that's what's new. It'll take, actually I should ask ChatGPT this because I actually forgot. Let's see. Testing, Amber, can you hear me? I just got some new ink work on my hand. So currently it's under wraps. This is day 2. So the artist has put it under like a second skin. And I was curious because it's been a while since I've gotten ink work done. I'm curious, how long should I keep the second skin on my hand or on the tattoo?
Or that kind of protective film, a lot of artists recommend keeping it on for about 3 to 5 days. But if your artist gave you any specific instructions, you can kind of use that as a baseline. Generally, though, a few days is normal, and then you can carefully get it off.
Hold on. Could you say that again? I'm testing I think I had to restart my mic thing. Can you say it again?
Yeah, of course, no problem at all. I'll say that again. So generally you want to keep that second skin on for about 3 to 5 days. That's pretty typical, but of course if your artist gave you any specific instructions, you can follow those, but in general, a few days is good, and then you can carefully peel it off after that.
Okay, so 3 to 5 days, keep this guy on. Oh yeah, hold on. It's fine, it's fine. I was trying to remember the whole when it gets nasty, but anyways, so the ink work aside, so I wasn't able to stream earlier today doing like the co-working. I am a bit behind on a few other things I need to get done, but I figured I just wanted to stream regardless, say hello to you guys, continue the streak, and then yeah, we got some work to do. I think there's a few things I can get done during the stream, including I want to finish that opening scene, the opening intro trailer for my dehancer video. So we've got it all here. Hold on one second. Let's see if DaVinci... I think I need to restart capture. Stories breathe. Okay. Sometimes when I restart my OBS or my computer, it seems like everything needs to be restarted on the OBS side. Like I have to hit the button that says restart capture for each of these freaking things. Let's just do it for all of them. Okay, good. So yeah, I figured this is one of the things I need to get done, which is the dehancer video. So the editor I'm working with has provided the final version. I have a lot of reworking I need to do. It's just not in my nature. I don't like really want to complain per se. It's just one of those things where one of the biggest struggles of 2025 for me as we're wrapping up the year, it's been trying to find talent that synergizes with me. Because yeah, like I don't want to say like these people are like not talented, not by the, that's not what I'm trying to say, but it's like I have a certain style of how I work, how I expect work to be done, my creative vision and like the workflow, all of that. And it's been such a struggle in the past year to find someone who can match my energy, I guess, in a way that I feel like, wow, I trust this person to be a part of my quote unquote team, that we can like create content consistently, you know, like, and as quickly as possible too. And at this point, I think I've tried to work with maybe 3 editors on like various, like, you know, the separate video projects. And each one ended up being more of a disappointment than an excitement for me, in the sense of like, do I want to work with this person again? Some of it would just be like stylistic differences, let's say. So this is not like, hey, your skills are bad, therefore no. It's more like, hey, your skills are great, but it's not necessarily in the same style as me. And that's like, okay, it happens, right? It is what it is. Some of the other elements that have been more disappointing is just like when they're not as professional. And what I mean by that is like, they're not as communicative, they're not as transparent about certain issues. There's like a certain thing, and I mentioned this, you know, weeks ago, working in a white collar job, like being in a white collar culture, corporate job, whatever it is, as much as people shit on it, there are some things that are actually game changing, like amazing, like skill sets to have that you can only seem to get in a corporate environment. What's up, BC? BC says good morning, and right away you're gambling it all. Yo, oh, because there's a cap on it, right? So you're not as now you can like just boldly go where others cannot. What's up, BC? Good to see you, man. So I'm just doing a quick little catch up. So today I did yesterday I got my first tattoo in over almost 3 years, I guess. And so I'm very thrilled with how it turned out. It's very memorable for me because I got into tattoos back in 2020 during COVID. So once everything locked down, I was always interested in getting tattoos. It was just one of those like a lot of people who haven't gotten one before. You just kind of go like, ooh, I would love to get a tattoo, but you don't know where to start. It's a lot of work. You put a lot of thought in like what would be that first tattoo that I get on my body. It has to be perfect, blah blah blah. So you overthink it. Slim says hello from YouTube side. Hello, thank you very much for saying hi from the YouTube side. I'm streaming on YouTube and Twitch, so I appreciate anyone who hops in at various points. So yeah, sorry, I'm just going on a random tangent about tattoo stuff. Oh, hold on. I guess I could switch back, but we'll keep it on this view for now. But yeah, so I got my first tattoo in lockdown COVID era. Since I couldn't travel, I put all my energy into like figuring out different designs, what kind of tattoo would I want, bookmarking everything in the world that fits into my style. And then I got my first tattoo. It was like a upper back piece. I think it was about 7 hours, big ass piece. So I went big. And after that tattoo, I was so hooked. Like many people who get their first ink work, I got so obsessed. I got addicted. I would schedule tattoo session after tattoo session. And there's a studio in Dubai where they bring in artists from all around the world. So it wasn't like I'm getting the same artists working across my body. It was like I was collecting artists. And that's kind of how I viewed it. I viewed my body as like an art gallery or a museum. Probably not a museum. I don't want to use that word. But imagine it's like an art gallery and I'm just collecting artists from all around the world to provide their work on display. Just happens to be my body. So yeah, over the next 2 years, I think I ended up getting like 20 plus tattoo sessions. So you can imagine hours and hours of ink across my basically everywhere, upper body everywhere. So like several on the chest, full side of my rib, my entire back was like 4 sessions, like 20-30 hours total with color. Then you had the shoulders and you've got the full arms, or almost full, but this arm's still empty, but a bunch throughout. And then this one is basically full now. So you got the full arm sleeve. And some of these I would travel for. It's been such a journey. I loved it so much. And then about, 2 years ago, 2 to 3 years ago is when my life completely, I started a new chapter. I was no longer maintaining a 9-to-5 job nor a 9-to-5 salary. So there's a bit of pros and cons, right? So I exited the corporate world. I decided I want to spend the next few years in this new chapter, this new journey of like, can I be a content creator? Can I do what I'm passionate about, which is like photography, videography now, like traveling, wildlife captures? Can I do this to a point where I can make it my living? And so it was a big gamble. And as part of that gamble, it meant that all of my money is now being funneled towards this, and it's being invested towards this endeavor. So then all the money I used to spend on like getting my tattoos, I was like, okay, I got to put that on pause because you boys don't got that comfortable salary anymore. So it was a big gamble, and it's definitely one where I have zero regrets. I wouldn't have had regrets regardless, but I'm so happy with how the past few years have turned out. It's like honestly been the most rewarding throughout. But that means I can't get tattoos done. And then here comes one of my former artists. He just reached out asking if he could crash with me for a few days since he was going to be in Dubai. And obviously I said, of course. And then, yeah, he just ended up crashing with me for a bit longer. And as part of it, he was like, yo, I want to show my gratitude for you letting me crash. Let's get some ink work done. And so I was like, all right, hells yeah, let's do it. And so, yeah, he had some photography and just like Yobel inspired, I guess. So he took elements of what I explained to him, and now we've got this new ink work, and it was a big step because it's on my hand. There's no hiding this. And I remember when I left corporate, one of the thoughts I had to myself was like, okay, let's put a timer. Let's say 2 to 3 years. I'm gonna give myself 2 to 3 years. Oh, by the way, hold on. I just realized I have a repeat of myself here. Give me a second, because I'm covering up kimbap. How did I not notice this? There we go. Sorry, Kimbap. I was hiding him. There we go. So there's Kimbap and Nala. Did I hold on. Did I make a mistake? Everyone's there. Kimbap is there. Nala is there. Oh, you know what? I see a cable, a loose cable. My OCD is gonna kick in. Give me a second. Let's get rid of it. Good girl. All right, much better. BC says, wow, I will forever now have the biggest PP. Yo, there's no one topping BC at this point. Even that sounded a little bit raunchy. But thank you, BC, for being the most epic points gatherer. The biggest PP prize pixel goes to BC. Oh yeah, what was I saying? Sorry. I got very distracted. Hand tattoo. Yeah. I was like, okay, look. I'm leaving corporate. I want to see if I can survive outside of corporate for an extended period of time. And what I said to myself was, if somehow I end up getting to the point where I realize that I can forever leave corporate. And I think I'm like kind of there. So I may be jumping the gun a bit, but I've had enough successes in the past few years where in my mind, it would be like, I don't think I could ever go back to like a typical white collar, like a corporate job anymore. I say this, you know, with a little bit of privilege, I guess, or entitlement, but I think there's been enough success in my non-corporate journey, in my career in that extent, that I feel like there's a good milestone to be had. So when my buddy, my artist said like, hey, I want to do some ink work for you, in my mind, I was like, okay, what if we do the hand? What if we get it on the hand? Because that was like the statement that I was going to make. Because this is like my exit statement. The moment I get my hand inked, it's basically me saying I'm closing the door to going back to corporate. Because 99% of those kind of jobs, you're not going to be able to walk around with a hand tattoo. It's not culturally accepted. It's not corporate accepted. So it really is basically blocking my entry back into a 9 to 5 by doing this. Not necessarily, but it's kind of like a given, right? Can you imagine going in to a job interview, and I'm in my suit, and I extend my hand out to shake, and the first thing they see is like this crazy ass ink work on me? I don't know. It usually, keep in mind I'm in Dubai as well, so it's not like the most open-minded. So it was a big step for me. But yeah, listen, here we are. We've got it done. And now that I have it, yo, I cannot wait to continue on this one. What's up, Kevin? Idora's in the chat. Yeah, what is this emote? I like it. Welcome, Kevin. Welcome. Welcome to day 106, by the way. Not that anyone's keeping track anymore, besides me. But yeah, we're having a fun stream. What is it? It's 7 p.m. I figure I do need to get some work done, because now that I got that ink session completed, I haven't been able to do my typical off-stream work. So I've got a few things lined up here. I don't know if Fedorevsky's gonna hop in the chat, but Fed also he received his Nikon ZR, and as part of that, talk about working super quickly, he's already come out with a 21-minute, can you call it a short film at that point? But he's come out with a 21-minute film that was filmed with the Nikon ZR, and so yeah, I figured if he hops in the chat, we can maybe watch it together or kind of break it down. I was watching quite a bit of it earlier, but man, so many talented people in the chat, okay? I love this community, all right? BC says, I'm a PP farmer. Wow, that sounds bad. Yeah, it sounds a little bit. Just a little bit. What else? What else is new? Just some quick updates. I don't know how many of you guys remember this, but for the longest time, I've been working on editing my photos from Japan. Like, for instance, this Fox video here. And that was fun, by the way. And we still need to edit so many more photos from that trip. But part of the reason was because I was planning to organize a group tour to Japan in February of next year, which was like you know, coming up very quickly. And one of the mistakes that I've made in the past or throughout this year in terms of retrospective is that I oftentimes put too many things on the plate. I'm working on too many projects at once. So one thing I need to be better at is prioritizing and outsourcing, which kind of loops back to one of the other previous conversations I was just having, which is I need to find a good team that I can work with to help me create content faster. And so, yeah, we'll get back to the editing portion of that later. But yeah, man, I've been doing way too many projects. So as part of that, it just became such a liability for me to try to still organize a tour for February this year. So I've already emailed the guide, my Japanese guy, who knows where all those Izo Momonga, the flying dwarf squirrels are. And I apologized to him saying, like, yo, man, I'm so sorry, but I think I'm going to have to postpone the trip. And he was so kind because I was like, yo, you know, let me know if I owe you money or anything because you kind of held my position for a while there. And he was super kind about it. He's like, don't worry, it happens, but, you know, just let's organize for the future. So I still will plan the Japan trip. It might just have to be for next winter season. So imagine next year, December, November, December, or 2027, you know, February, something like that. So, but yeah, that's one quick little update, I guess. The Japan trip most likely will not happen anymore in February, but for every one thing, you know, there's always a benefit kind of a concept. So even though I'm closing the door on that, because I seem to have a good relationship with that Japanese guide, and as I've been building a relationship with Nikon, thanks to that short film that I made and just a few of the workshops that I've done recently, I have a good relationship with them. And, you know, I genuinely enjoy working with everyone in the Nikon team. And obviously I love using their gear. But I was thinking I might pitch a short film documentary for Japan. I want to see if I can pitch this. So this is also on my to-do list. I don't know if I'll do it on stream, but I need to kind of put together how do I put together a pitch to get a grant. So one of the learnings that I need to hopefully grasp as soon as possible is how to apply for a short documentary film grant. Because I think this is how the industry works. I could be wrong, but it's like, I think if you're established enough, you're able to pitch to different organizations to be like, hey, I want to make this documentary, or I want to make this film or this kind of project. Here's the details. Here's what it's gonna do, blah, blah, blah. Can you fund this project? Can you grant me a grant? Or I don't know the terminology. And I think that's like typically, I could be wrong, but I think this is what a lot of filmmakers do. And so I figure I should probably do the same thing. So I want to see if I can somehow get some organization, which I need to research, to fund my trip to Japan, where I want to make a short film documentary about this dude who lives in like the middle of Hokkaido. So he's basically on the largest island in Japan, and he dedicates his whole life to searching for and photographing and researching the Izo Momonga, which is one of the most badass, I say badass, but the most adorable looking thing, but it is also badass because it freaking flies, right? So this guy spends his whole life tracking these Izo Momonga. He knows where a bunch of them live near his area, and every day, sunrise, sunset, he's out there to track their movements, their behavior. He's capturing photos of them. Yeah, and it's such, to me, it was so fascinating. It was one of the most enjoyable wildlife travels experiences that I've had. So I want to make a short film where, similar to the second island, the Island of Second Chances documentary that I made of the rescued chimps, I want to see can I do something similar where I interview this guy, I follow him around, I show his lifestyle. Because, by the way, he doesn't just track these Izo Momonga, he also and he does like photography guides, so he brings people over who wants to see it. He also does freaking fly fishing. in Hokkaido. So he makes his own rods and everything, and I was like, yo, it just, to me, it seems like such a fun thing to film, showing his lifestyle. It's like that, I don't know what you would even say, but it's like a Japanese, it feels very Japanesey, right? To have this dude who's dedicated his whole life to do like one task, or in his case, I guess 2 things based on the season, the Izo Momongas and fly fishing. So anyways, I'm getting a little bit distracted. Kevin says script deck. Is that like some kind of script creating thing? Elle's asking, have you tried the Nikon 35 f 1.7? No, I have. Wait, 1.7? What? But what a coincidence, Elle, because I literally just emailed them. I'm about to purchase the f 1.2, the 35 f 1.2, because I think they can give me a discount, because since I work with them quite a bit, and I have a relationship with some of the brands out here. A 35mm f 1.7 is a popular versatile prime lens for APS-C cameras. Okay. Here, let's look up Nikon. Usually refers to the Nikon Z. Oh, okay, yes, yeah. This is the DX. Lightweight, versatile macro lens. Offers a 52.5 full frame equivalent. 0.67 close-up detail. How good is that compared to others? I'm not good at tracking these things. Fast 1.7 aperture, silent. STM. What is STM? Minimal focus breathing. Viltrox also offers a similar option. Okay. It's their new crop sensor macro lens. It looks so good. Man, you're more up to date in the industry than I am by a mile. Let's check this out. So you're saying it just came out? We should watch a video on it. Nikon 35mm f 1.7. Saw it on their Instagram today.
G'day everybody, how you going today? It is so good to see you. I do hope that you are super well. Today I'm here to talk about a new
Okay,
lens.
what accent is this? Is this Australian? I'm so bad at accents. I'm gonna guess this guy. Oh yeah, his name is Irwin. Steve Irwin. Okay, Australian.
Well, 2 new lenses from Nikon today. As you will see
Today.
on my YouTube page, we are dropping 2 videos at once. This video is about the brand
You're hearing him double. Ooh, thank you for letting me know. What is causing that?
new 35mm 1.
Do you still hear double?
7 APS-C MC. This is a DX lens designed for the 1.5 crop.
It could be because I had the
Z30,
speakers
the Z50,
up.
and the
I had the speakers loud, so I didn't have to put headphones on.
These lenses can be used on full-frame cameras.
Unfortunately, I guess
the
I'll
Z7, the Z8,
need
and
to.
the Z9, the Z7 II. You still get almost 20 megapixels out of those cameras when you crop them to APS-C. And when you think about Nikon's APS-C cameras,
He says
around
Nikon.
20.9 megapixels. So there is not much of a difference between using this lens on your APS-C cameras or on your full-frame 35mm cameras. Also released today is this lens over here, which is the 16 to 50mm f2.8 with VR. Go find out about that lens in the other video. But let's talk about this
Clever.
right here, 35mm. It is a macro lens with very, very close focusing. It is 16
0.67?
centimeters or
No.
around 6 inches. I've actually almost had no time at all with these lenses, but I can tell you that they are very well built. Of course, a 35mm lens is a 50
Man, this thing's tiny.
5mm field of view equivalent. And thus, essentially, this means that this is a 50mm
Full frame.
1.7. I have managed to take a few shots to show us what it looks like and I'm really happy with the quality of this lens. Don't think any of Nikon's APS-C lenses are S lenses, but nonetheless, this is a very high quality lens. It comes with dust and weather resistance, which what that means in Nikon's terms is it will resist some drips and some dust. The build quality of the 35 1.7, they do have a metal lens mount, which is fantastic to see. Otherwise, I would say it is an all composite construction. That's what we would expect when it's coming in at 220 grams. There is only this one control ring here, which can be programmed to do a few different things. Focus.
That looks pretty good. Just for, I guess, the 50 millimeter, which one is it? So right now I got my 50 millimeter 1.2 lens attached for the stream. So this guy, Kimbap right now, is being shot with my 50 millimeter at f2, if I'm not mistaken. But the thing is that that 50 1.2 lens is massive and heavy. So I always feel a little bit nervous because it's kind of rigged up. It's just kind of like rigged up over here. And I'm just so nervous. I shouldn't be, but I'm always nervous it's gonna fall over or something. But if I had a 50 equivalent at a super lightweight, what do you say, like 220 grams or something? That could be interesting. L says could be your entrance into macro as it's maybe $500. You know, it's not a bad idea. Can I use it as my cat camera? What if I get a macro of Nala or Kimbap? Then we're talking. Also, I like this guy's studio setup. It's very clean. Man, I need a place like this. I'm like stuck to this very cramped style, okay? It is what it is, right? We made do with it. You know what, to be fair, okay, no. I'm really happy. I'm proud of how we've designed this guy. It looks pretty good, right? We've got this nice setup here now. Mr. Steampunk on the left, my branding in the middle, and then just one extra little cat light at the top right. We get Nala. Oh yeah, I guess you can see both of them technically over on this side. Get some blue lighting in the background, warm over here, and then warm again over there. All things considered, I feel like this is a decent setup. But it's more like I'm just making do with the space that I have. Seeing this guy's style, like, man, I just wish I had this much open space. This much open space. Oh. Yeah, okay. L's asking, you mean getting a nose only shot? Yeah, exactly. Can you just imagine? Yeah, it would just be like one tip of the ear.
Aperture, exposure, compensation, ISO, and so on. Otherwise, very simple.
Okay, well listen. Seems like a pretty decent lens. I don't know if I'm going to get it anytime soon though, because like I said, I'm literally just... I emailed them about getting the 35 1.2 full frame. So I already have two 50 millimeter lenses. I have my 1.2 lens and then I have a 50 millimeter for the FX, the DSLR version basically. So the one that was missing in my arsenal, I guess, would be the 35 millimeter lens. So that was the one that I shot my Chimp Island short film documentary with. Like all those really cool shots when the chimp is walking close to me. That was with the 35. So I've been, ever since that one, I was like, yo, I really need this 35. So it's just been in the back of my mind. Christmas is coming up. I figured I might as well reach out to the Nikon team and be like, hey, can I get a discount on the 35? So I think that is possible based on the relationship I have with one of the distributors in Dubai. So yeah, and if I get the 35, I don't actually know if I would use it for the stream on a day-to-day. I guess I could try, because for instance, my cat camera over here, this one's around like, I think set to 29 millimeters or so. 35. Okay, so this is 35 right now. So obviously it's a bit more punched in, and it unfortunately then crops Mr. Steampunk. And I can't move the camera further back. So I don't think I can use the 35 for this angle. But maybe the other camera. And this guy right here is a 20 millimeter. I could see how the 35 is, but the 35 might be a bit too punched in. If I was on Nikon, I would cop the 40 f2. 40 millimeter f2. I'm trying to think, like, I guess 40 versus 35 is the real question. And also the fact that this is super tiny. So you get like a pancake style, right? You're onto something, L. I feel like this could be actually very useful because it's very what's the word? Non-intrusive. So I feel like you just wouldn't like stick out too much, because the one issue is like the lenses that I travel with, it's oftentimes like in your face. So you can have a lot more questions raised at like, what are you doing? You know, are you allowed to bring that here? That kind of stuff. This thing is pretty clandestine. 40 f2. That's not bad. Let me think. The question is like, would I ever shoot at 40 millimeters? Like if I had my favorite focal lengths, what would they be? Right? Because let's see, Ellie said I got a 40 millimeter 2.8 pancake on the Canon, and 42 millimeter is the human eye equivalent. Yeah. So then let's say, because I've heard something as close, I've also heard 50 millimeter is like the human eye equivalent. But regardless, I get your point. It's like when you're in that 40 to 50 range, you're essentially kind of mimicking the human eye. And I guess the question then becomes, depending on what you shoot, do you want it to replicate what like the human eye sees, or do you want something that feels more distorted, either like punched in or wide angle? And I guess when you punch in or wide angle, like a telephoto, you obviously get a bit more separation of the subject, a little bit more unnatural look compared to the typical human eye equivalent. So then it makes it a bit more obvious to an observer that what they're looking at is not just like a normal shot that anyone would have looked at. It's like oh, this is like an artistic perspective. By the way, I'm not necessarily saying that I agree with that approach per se, but I understand the argument about like, hey, 50, this is why some people say 50 millimeter is kind of a boring lens choice, because you're just recreating what a human eye should roughly detect. Whereas you take a shot with like an 85, a 135 or 200 plus, obviously the image, regardless of like doing extra post work, looks quite different from anything we would normally see. So then it's just in your face that this is different. I feel like I really like shooting with the 85. L says 50 is boring because everyone uses it. That's another good argument too. It's like, hey, if everyone always captures it in a certain style or a certain focal length, you don't really stand out there either. So in my mind, I was thinking 85. I know a lot of people shoot with the 85 as well. I guess where I would try to start differing is that I've been shooting a bit of wildlife with the 85, and that's been really fun. It doesn't work for like jeep safaris, but like on the jungle treks for the chimpanzees or the gorillas, shooting at 85 has been quite fun for me. The 135 could be interesting as well. L, you said I like street photos at 160. Interesting. So let's say for me personally, I've been enjoying shooting at 85. So the question is, do I put my second lens at a 40 millimeter, like what you're saying, L, or a 35? And I've never shot with the 40, so I can't really say. And the few times I've shot with the 35, I've thoroughly enjoyed it. My question, I guess, is if you shoot with 40, because I thought that 35 was basically at the cusp of still being wide angle, but slightly not, you know, and you know, if I do a selfie shot with the 20 millimeter, you're getting everything. With the 24, so if I shoot with the 24 to 70, with the 24, I feel like that's reasonable. Like, it's acceptable if you're doing like a selfie wide angle shot. I haven't tried shooting with the 35, and I imagine with the 35 selfie held, it might be slightly too punched in for it to be considered like wide angle. So I guess you're in this weird gray zone, and you know, whether it's a 40 or a 35, I guess you're in a gray zone of like, are you considered wide angle? Are you considered neutral? And you're somewhere in between. Elle says, I'm cat trapped and I need the bathroom help. I don't know how to help you there, buddy. Just let the cats in. But yes, point taken, this 40 f2 could be something. Maybe I'll reach out to the Nikon team to see if I can actually test it out on a future trip. You can't move him. Man, cats own everything, don't they? Okay, so Kevin earlier. Sorry, Kevin had sent something. Was it Kevin? The script deck. A script deck usually refers to either a visual presentation, pitch deck for a film, TV. Oh, okay, so it's just another terminology for like a pitch deck. Oh wait, no, unless you're talking about some actual product called script deck. Elgato. Okay, I'm just gonna assume you meant like the concept of a script deck. Usually refers to either a visual presentation for a film, TV script to sell the idea, or a software tool like Stream Deck plugins. Okay, no, yeah. All right, let's ask ChatGPT. Amber, I need your help.
Sure thing. I'm right here. Just let me know what you need help with.
Hello, Honyasu. Honyasu's in the chat. Oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong screen here. Elle's asking, when will we get Twitch channel points redeems more expensive than 900? That's a good question. I did activate a few more, but those are like whatever the default ones were. I need to do some research if I can get that mini PC to work in tandem with my Mac Studio. If so, then I can try to do my OBS through Windows, which means I can get access to StreamerBot, which had some really cool channel point usages. Actually, let's ask ChatGPT that first. If I'm live streaming using my Mac Studio, so for example, I have my Mac Studio and I'm using OBS, I'm running everything through that. Am I able to somehow daisy chain or chain up a mini PC to my Mac Studio such that I could run the OBS stream through the mini PC, but still have my Mac OS running at the same time? So yeah, let me know, is that possible? Because basically all I'm trying to say is I would like to run OBS for my live streams so I can make use of some of these like plugins that only work on Windows, but then I want to have my Mac OS and my Mac Studio because that's the powerful machine that runs my DaVinci, my Photoshop, everything else, right?
Yeah, I get what you're aiming for. Basically, you want to keep your Mac Studio as your main powerhouse and then kind of offload the OBS part onto
100,000 points end stream immediately.
Windows only plugins. And yeah, that is possible.
You got to give me real money for that, okay?
Setting up a dual system where you have the mini PC running OBS
25,000 for edits? Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
Your video signal from the Mac Studio to that mini PC. So it's kind of like the Mac is your main editing and production hub, and then the mini PC is like your streaming box. You just connect the two, maybe via a capture card or some other method of sending the video signal over, and that way you can run OBS and all those Windows-specific tools on the mini PC, while still keeping all your main work on the Mac. So yeah, it's definitely...
Okay, so it sounds like it's possible. 25,000 points for you to edit a photo. By the way, Elle, yeah, one thing I was testing out, let me see, does it work on the Ko-Fi? Coffee. That is one concept I put in there. No one's bitten on this yet, but basically I was like, oh, maybe as I was playing around with Ko-Fi, I did see there's a section there where you're able to basically do commissions. So I figured, oh yeah, so if someone donates, I forget how much money I said, but if someone donates some kind of money, then you know, and they send me their photo, then I can edit their photo on stream. That was like what I was thinking. I think using Twitch channel points would make more sense because obviously that's not like real money, so it's a bit more attainable, I guess. All right, let me put that on my to-do list that I can add. And then I guess the question is how many points would make the most sense for that. So let's put a note, channel points. And I guess this would be true for the PPs on the StreamBot side. So for instance, BC's got like 100,000 points. I should be able to let him burn that to get something. I just don't know what yet. Listen, we're slow roasting this, okay? We got so many things to do. Twitch channel points, photo edits. LB got that redeem at 15,000. Others have it at 2,500. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. Let me join you. Okay, so I need to know, where did I write this? So anyways, I want to do a short film following this guy around and showing his lifestyle in a very Japanesey type of way, you know? I don't even know what that means, but I want it to be very Japanesey. Seeing this dude, when I say Japanesey, I'm talking about like someone who seems very zen-like, dedicated. His whole life is towards a certain craft, and there's a level of peace that comes from like pursuing something to perfection, let's say. Not to say this guy's like the best at whatever he does, but it's like a very nice life that he lives. It's not even a simple life, but it feels like a simple life. You know, he lives in a small town. He's got this beautiful cabin that he runs like a lodge. He crafts his own lures and fishing rods and all that kind of stuff. And then, yeah, if I can just watch, you know, if I can film him, I think that'd be great. Yo, Fedoreskiv's in the chat. Hello, hello, howdy, he says. Yo, Fed, we've got your video pulled open here. I didn't watch the full thing. I was watching quite a bit, and then I had to take care of my tattoo stuff. But man, so impressive. So I figured I was waiting for you to hop in, and then at your time, I figured we could test this out. L says, edit my photo PR. I need to change my Twitch, the TTS voice. I've kept it on some Hispanic dude. You said edit my photo PR. Paris. Edit my photo Paris. Alright, where did you send it? Did you send it in the Discord or? Dun, 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 dun. Oh, and you know what? I can try to edit it with our new software, Luminar. So, Luminar Neo. The company Skylum reached out to me recently, seeing if I'd be interested in testing out their product. And LB, Low Base, actually used to be one of their sponsors or something like that. And so I said, don't mind if I do. They've been very kind enough to give me access to it. They also have a discount code and everything. What is it? Luminar Neo. So you can get 10% off if you want to access this software as well. I haven't fully tested this out yet, by the way. I was using it to create a YouTube banner for my new channel, Lo-Fi Catnaps. Fed says it looks best in 4K, but I don't know if you can play it like that on stream. Oh yeah, because I'm outputting 1080. On my side, obviously I can see it in 4K. That's a good question. It was shot 4K in the DX mode. Can I ask, why did you shoot in DX? Were you shooting at like 120 frames? Or was this like a stylistic choice to shoot in that mode? Dun, 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 dun. L says Discord DM. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. All right, give me a moment. Just downloading. Let's put it under here. Discord Hangout chat too? Awesome, awesome. Yo, Kavai, what's up? Sorry, I thought you were L saying the Discord Hangout chat too. Did you send something there? Hold on. I'm just downloading a couple photos from L. And then we've got Fed's video up on the... Oh yeah, let me put a link to Fed's video. Shout out to Fed. Fedorowski's in the chat. So Fed went out recently and shot with his new Nikon ZR. And by the way, man, I am so impressed by how quickly you work. I'm like, shoot, I need to be so much better at working fast, because clearly there's room for improvement on my side. Also, let's look at this adorable little fatty. What a lazy... There's a few words I want to use endearingly. I'm trying my best still not to curse on stream. That's Sony Venice fast. Man, dude, that was insane. Hold on, you said I was using a DX lens and I wanted faster readout. I see. DX is 6 milliseconds and 24 frames per second. Wow. Damn. We filmed it all in about 30 minutes, ended up around 20 minutes after editing. Yeah. Alright, so just downloading these two photos. And then I have my Lightroom open. So yes, basically Ella was telling me, he was reminding me I should make use of the channel points in Twitch more thoroughly. And one of the concepts I know other photographers do as well, which was like, hey, if you burn your Twitch channel points, you can send me a photo for me to edit on stream. So I've been meaning to do it, I just haven't like followed through on it just yet. I do have that option on my Ko-fi website. So if you go to Ko-fi, if you care to support me monetarily, you have the ability to, I forget what the price is, but you could technically send me money to edit one of your photos as well. So anyways, fun stuff for me to learn as a streamer. Fed says we filmed it all, yeah, in 30 minutes, and it's about 20 minutes after editing. King says no, he didn't. Who didn't? Ooh, I missed that. It should just be a single file though, only the car plant isn't mine. Oh, okay. You just have this, you have a photo of a plant for no reason? I mean, I can edit that one too for fun. Okay, so you said the plant isn't mine, only the car. Gotcha. Well, to be honest, this photo already looks pretty sick. Like, if it was me, I probably wouldn't have touched this much myself, because as is, it looks pretty clean. But yeah, we can see what we can do with it. All right. Let's drop this out. Ooh, man, I'm feeling rusty now. Oh, yeah. Okay, we'll do two types of edits. One is just like my typical style of editing. And then two, because I want to test out this Luminar Neo product, we'll see what it can do for us as well. King says, Fed, I'm choosing Venice over Burano. That shot with a 40mm on my 1D from 2005. Wow. ISO 100, f4, 40mm, 1/2000th of a second. All right, so generally speaking, my style has changed quite a bit. I tend to be just a bit more simple about things. One of the first things I do is I click on this button. Give me a second. Spent a couple of evenings editing it, one evening color grade and editing, and one evening doing the sound. That's super impressive. It took me 5 days nonstop to get my 5-minute short film, that short film documentary. It took me 5 nonstop days. 8 MP. Ooh, 8 megapixels. All right. Anyways, so generally speaking, I just use one of my quick little masking presets, which is literally just a shortcut to create a subject focus and a background softening. This one's a little bit, you can see here where the AI doesn't kind of do the best job because it can't really distinguish what is the subject, but it's usually a good starting point for the most part. And then here, I guess if I have to make some changes, I would just click on this guy. Let's see, which one's easier? We'll take this guy. And then we're just going to extend the brush. And then usually I like to just exaggerate it so I can see what I'm playing with. So I'm just extending the mask of what is the subject in the shot. And usually I just do like a non-auto mask for the center part. And then I'll hit the letter A so I can turn it into the auto mask mode as I go towards the edges. So usually Lightroom does a good job of like recognizing edges. Not like perfectly. So usually also when I am playing around with the edge, I'll reduce the flow of the brush. So it's not like 100% like whatever pixel it touches will get the effect. So it can be a slightly softer extension of the brush. And obviously the final thing I could do is I just zoom in on the shot so I can be a bit more precise. But we're not going to be super precise. I'm just, you know, we're just having fun. Fed says I used one node on this. Dehancer. Oh, nice, nice. Shout out. I'm working on my dehancer video as we speak. King says, what would you like on the Z9 Mark II? Wait, has there been some kind of announcements? Or are you assuming? Nikon Z9. Z9 Mark II is the anticipated successor. Rumored for a late blah blah blah. I don't know. Would they really announce this? I don't know the first thing. I'm not even kidding. I have no news about anything. I mean, I guess you can walk... What is it? Walk and chew gum at the same time? So I guess technically, they could be releasing a Z9 Mark II. At the same time, they're releasing a cinema lens. So yeah, I guess that's possible. Elle's asking, why do I have a feeling you wouldn't survive working a festival? I probably wouldn't. Remind me, what time of day did I shoot this? I don't know how accurate this is. This is saying 10 p.m. So yeah, this is not accurate at all. Or maybe it says it somewhere else. Let's see. Capture date August 1st, 2025. So I think these are the wrong information. Fez says, I hope dehancer gets a Nikon ZR camera profile soon. They just did Z6 III, Z8, and Z9. Maybe ZF just before ZR. Okay, yeah. Oh, that'd be awesome. Rumors can't be trusted. Why not accurate? Z6 II is probably close, but it doesn't have the red raw NE in the profile, of course, so you can only use it if shot in N-Log. Yeah. L says, I gotta head out. See ya. Thanks, L. Thanks for sending the photos. I'm gonna continue editing this in your honor, so appreciate it. Okay, so in this case, let me delete this background. So this becomes our new subject. And then usually I'll duplicate and invert the mask. So then this becomes our new background. So maybe I'll just relabel this background. Softened. And usually for the background, I'll just reduce the texture almost entirely. Clarity, sometimes I do a little bit less, but... L's asking, can you share the result in Discord? Yeah, of course. Of course I will. I shall. Honyasa says quick marking makes non-Adobe a non-Adobe user jealous. Quick marking. Oh, quick masking makes non-Adobe users jealous. Why is that not a thing? In I've only used Adobe for as long as I can. I think maybe I dabbled in Photoshop before, but that's technically Adobe as well. Yeah, I've only used Lightroom is what I meant to say. It used to be really tough where I would have to take a hand brush and then just like zoom in like to the very closest pixel and take a brush and just like go back and forth. Their AI has gotten so much better where you can hit like the auto masking and all that fun stuff. Anyways, so what else will we do with this shot? So all I did is I lifted the shadow specifically on the car, and then I slightly lifted the shadow in the background just to not make it pitch black. But I guess we could make it pitch black. It's just a question of like stylistic choice. So obviously, yeah, I don't think it looks that good, so... the one thing that sticks out to me in terms of this shot is that in the background you get a nice little like kind of like a lens flare-ish thing, or you can see a little patch of red, which maybe is just from like the sunlight bouncing off and hitting the lens, but it's kind of a nice little lens flare, I feel. So I kind of want to keep that in mind, I guess. Darktable doesn't have it. Raw therapy is easier but too complicated. I've never heard of either of those. Fed says, I'm trying out a relatively new color grade plugin today that feels like using Photoshop on video. Cine Dream. I had it for a while, but they did a huge update to it and now it runs super smooth. Cine Dream. The film look plugin feels like cheating. Man, everyone says that, don't they? Okay, well, let us know. What would I do? What would I do? So I think I want to add some light on the top right. So I have a preset already created for that. It's called Landscape Brighten Top Right. So you can kind of see it before and after. So it's just kind of leaning into the light on the top right side. I also have one that I've created that's a bit more on the warm side. So we can see how it looks. It's like a faded look, but it's got a bit of warmth to it. I think I want to stick to this style for now. All right, let's look through my presets first to kind of get a sense of like a potential color grading style. Daytor is in the chat. Says hello Yobel and chat. Guten Abend. Fed says I'm trying it on the new video, just regrading it all for the fun to test. Nice, nice. See, Fed, you should be a live streamer because then you can show people on stream. That's been really fun for me. So yeah, if I make a video and then even showing different versions, alternate versions on your live stream. This shot feels like it could work in like a black and white mode. Or leaning into the sunlight. So yeah, either it's going to be super warm. Yeah, I don't know. Actually, one of the things I might do. Let's do a bit more like wide angle. Part of me wants to crop it in. I'm not sure yet though. Podcast from Fed and Joe Bell. Yes, I will totally run a podcast. You know what? I think I'd be a good podcaster. I have no evidence to point to that, but yeah, I think, you know what? I think I made the right choice here. I think I want to punch it in. I just want to focus on the leading lines of this car here, and the grill, I guess is called. In the original shot, the original shot is nice on its own for sure. But then one, you get the, obviously you can see the reflection of L. There's just a lot more like, yeah, I don't know. I kind of like a punched in shot. I don't know. It doesn't look bad in the full, but part of me kind of wants to work in a little bit more cropped in. And the question becomes, do I want it? I don't know if I want it that much, but it's almost like we can play with the spider web here. Low Bass is in the chat. We were just talking about you. Low Bass says, how is you? Doing very well. Thank you very much. Low Bass, we got a new tattoo. That's how good we're doing. Fed says, I don't know if I can now. YouTube removed a lot of my privileges lately when they started deleting channels. I can't upload several videos a day now, and I don't think I can stream. What? Why'd they do that? I did see on social media, there's been a lot of press about YouTube where, like, negative press, right? Controversies that YouTube's AI system is, like, just completely nuking a bunch of channels, right? Like, so AI is doing all the moderation, or it's like basically determining if your channel is breaking certain rules, and then instead of punting it to like a real human being to kind of do the final check, it's just deciding to axe your channel. I did see a bunch of these examples pop up on social media, so I was like, damn, fingers crossed it doesn't happen to me. But that's why I'm like deathly nervous about so if you guys want to know why I'm trying my best not to say certain curse words, even though it's in my lexicon usually, or why I get nervous about like copyright music stuff, even though I know the system should allow for those moments, I just like, yo, I don't want to do anything that could doesn't impact me, since I can only ever upload maybe once a week or less. Gotcha. Well, that's more than I do. So Kavai's hand tattoo reveal looks awesome from thumbnail. Care to show full screen? Yes, of course. Obviously. I'm very excited. Whatever you are saying about me probably isn't true, unless it was bad. In that case, it probably is true. Yes. I do know they keep doing this lately. They didn't give a good reason. I'm just happy they didn't delete the channel. First thing isn't against the rules on Twitch. What was the first thing I said? So, cursing and Twitch moderation. Cursing and music. Yeah, fair enough. I know for a fact I don't break any rules. I said cursing, not fursing. Stupid voices. No, it actually, Low Bass, it actually worked out in it worked out in the end, because I think the first of two things I said was cursing, so it was technically the first thing I said. Nice. Wow, we win. So this is, let me hide the chat so you guys can see, or I guess I can move it over here. So it's very shiny because I decided to saran wrap myself. I'm going to put myself in the oven. Wait, no, you don't do that with saran wrap. It's called the skin wrap. So usually on day 2 of your tattoo session, you'll basically cover it in this kind of a skin wrap. It's just, I think there's like certain, like it's like a medical wrap, right? So people, nurses, doctors use it for like when there's an open wound. It's the same concept. So in this case, it's like tight against the ink, and you have to keep it on for like 3 to 5 days. And during that time, your wound is essentially healing. So there's going to be a lot of like not bleeding, it's like pus, right? It's like your body's defense mechanism kicking in, because it's like basically thousands and thousands of, you know, microscopic holes that were punched into my skin. So your body basically needs to recover. And so this skin wrap is just allowing for it to all happen in a trapped way. So then in 3 to 5 days from now, I can remove the wrap, and it should be fairly well healed without having to worry about infections, especially because I have my 2 cats. That was my main reason for concern. Because I've gotten an infection on my back before after one of the tattoo sessions. Fancy, are you one of those evil sorcerers now? Hells yeah. So yeah, so shout out to my artist. Let me punch his Instagram again. https www.instagram.com/symbol.supply. So shout out to my artist buddy. So basically, he has his own style of tattooing. One, he does like hand poking. For this style, he did a mix of hand poking and machine, so like the tattoo guns. But basically, I'm trying to cover my eyes so it'll focus on my hand. Basically, he has his own concept called like neo-symbolism, where he just takes the ideas of his client and is able to create some concept based off of it using symbols and geometry and like curvatures and stuff like that. And so it's a bit of like free form, you know, a bit of just kind of like whatever's on his mind, which I think is super cool. It's his own style. And so basically, obviously, given I'm a photographer, he wanted something that kind of focuses on my index finger as the trigger hand, the trigger finger. Where's my camera? Also happy they didn't make it so I can only upload 15-minute videos. They do that sometimes. Man, I didn't realize YouTube would put such weird things like that. So anyways, the point is, he wanted something that focuses on my index finger because that is the trigger finger. So then when I'm shooting, it can almost be like from the moment I click, that's kind of where you get the flash, or you get that nice moment there at the very tip of the ink work. And then you'll see basically how as the light travels, or in this case, the ink is traveling. Let me cover my eyes. As the ink is traveling, it kind of freeforms to create something new. And so it's a bit of like that kind of concept, and he uses some things that look more like nature, some things that look more portraiture, some lines that are more like my Korean symbology, stuff like that. And also just to balance it out with my existing ink work, so finding good spacing for it. So then basically, yeah. And this is part one. So I was chatting with him. Obviously, we're looking at continuing. So in the future, at some point, you know, it's going to continue out to this area here. All the empty space I still got. And he's got a friend of his that he sometimes tag teams with like tattoo projects who does like color tattoo. So I was thinking we might be able to do some concept where it'd be two styles melded together. So like imagine some color ink that's like blending in and out, like layered with this black ink across my hand. So it'd be like two styles in one. I'll see if I can show some examples. Let's go. You should tattoo wires and machinery on your hand. That makes it look like you're plugged in. That was, not even joking, Low Base. That was actually my, not exactly what you said, but my initial idea with my arms was I wanted something where when you're holding the camera, it feels like you're an extension of the camera. So as you're holding the camera, you can imagine like, it's like the moment you hit the button, it's coming from the camera onto your arm in some way. So that was kind of the thought process, was a feeling like you're extended and the machine or the camera is a part of your body. And so then the idea, the concept, the art basically starts from here, flows into your body. So yeah, 1000%, we're on the same wavelength. Let me see if I can show. Instagram.com/symbol.supply. Okay, I have to be logged in to do this. So annoying. Okay. So something like this. So this is my artist. He worked with one of his buddies, and they did like this kind of co-concept where he did all the black ink and his buddy did all the colored ink, which I think is super badass. So he said, yeah, he can reach out to this guy and we should be able to do something similar with my arm. So it'd be like, you know, imagine this, just for simplicity sake, right? Taking the same bluish colored ink there, melding it in with this. And the reason I was thinking is like, I guess for me, when I think of like photography, can you tattoo my eyes on my eyelids so people at work don't know I'm sleeping? You know what? I've seen someone do that with makeup. I guess you could do it with the tattoo. The thought process I had is that if you think about your fingers, it's like this index finger is its own function for photography. These three fingers are kind of like a single function, right? Usually for grip, but also can hit certain buttons. But I kind of view these three as like the same grouping. And then your thumb is the third one, right? So the thumb is also to help, it's like your support system, it's pressing buttons. So then really for photography, you got like three, you got a claw. You got these three working together. You got your index finger for the shooting moment, the action moment, and your thumb being support system as well. So I figured maybe this could be its own tattoo, where it's like something that flows between all three fingers here. And if it was like in a colored ink, so if it was like the same kind of blue ink that flows throughout my hand, that way you can still distinguish it from my index finger, but still feel like they're all connecting from the camera into my body somehow. So I don't know if half of what I said made sense there, but I see it in my mind. I see something where it's like, imagine this like blue ink wrapping around the fingers here, so that from the moment I'm holding the camera and I'm shooting, you would see something flowing between, extending into my arm here throughout. It'd be like a nice dance between the two ink styles. So here, I think we can play this video out now. There we go. That DA50 looking like a snack. Yes, yes. Man, the DA50 is a badass camera. I've taken so many amazing shots with that camera. And then obviously the Z9 came out, so I haven't really put much use to it. But as far as giveaways go, in terms of like when a big moment happens in my journey as a streamer, that will definitely be one of the bigger giveaways I'm happy to provide. Because that thing can start careers, okay? Okay, anyways, so this is my artist, so this is something you guys should expect in my arm at some point in the future, is this like collaboration between these two artists to do ink that's black and, you know, like the black style, hand poking, and then this color style throughout. I am so excited. Yeah. Don't get me started on tattoo stuff, man. I'm almost as passionate about tattoos as I am about photography and stuff. Looks like an episode from Ink Masters. Yeah. Honyasu says, low base, I did that once with face paint. Oh, the fake eyes? Nice. Low base is badass camera or bad ass camera? That is important. Bad ass cam era. Oh, see, low base, you missed one. I think my version's better. Bad ass cam era. Boom. Who did we name the lamp? Brad, isn't it? You know what? We haven't come up with the name yet. So right now I've just been saying Mr. Steampunk, but or Brad for short. Yeah, that works. So Mr. Steampunk or Brad. I gave him the Thor's hammer next to him. Let's see. Oh, my fingers are... I don't know if you guys can hear that. This thing spins forever, by the way. I guess I could put it between his legs, but that might look a little non-PG. Let's see. Oh, but then the shadows look nice. Hold on. Okay, I guess that doesn't look too good. You're describing my whole life as low bass. What? Bad ass cam era? Nice. That's a good one. Man, Mr. Steampunk is probably my best purchase of the year. Probably not, but it's up there, top 5. But yeah, guys, I'm really liking the aesthetics of this visual in particular. Like I said, I think my next challenge is going to be with Kimbap. I need to figure out how to keep dressing up this scene. Yeah, this one I still have some questions in terms of how can we keep improving it. I mean, I don't mind the minimalist look and feel, right? It's just him on his bed, a little bit of warm light coming through on the left, and then the blue light in the background. But I feel like there's a lot more we could do in the future. I just don't know what. So that's next. Honyasu says, okay, I'll sleep now. 2300 over here. What is that? Is that 11 p.m.? Thank you very much, Honyasu. Thanks for being here, and good night. We'll talk soon. See you in the next one. Okay, I was supposed to be editing this guy. I have to do my own edits too. All right, what should we do with this guy? So I think we're gonna stick with a crop. The question becomes how much crop. I think this much crop is fine. This one looks pretty nice. I'm leaning towards like something that amplifies the warm tones, because it feels like this was shot around like golden hour-esque, right? And you're getting, obviously, even if it's not golden hour, you're getting a lot of sunlight reflecting off of the metal. So I feel like leaning into this kind of look as like sunset look probably makes sense. So something like this one looks nice. I kind of like this look as well, somewhat like desaturated. So then it's like accentuating the metal. Yeah, this feels more like heavy metal style. Kavai says, for myself, I'll make food. This is the Bronze Stallion. Such a shame. Okay, I'm leaning towards this one. What's the weather like in Dubai right now? Ooh. It's actually pretty nice. I think it was a bit hot out in the afternoon. 80 degrees. Or 27 Celsius. So today's a little bit warmer today. Otherwise, it's been, yeah, I think it's been fairly cool the last few days. December usually is like the best, right? December, January, Feb. Weather in Dubai is beautiful. You're like in usually the mid 70s throughout. All right, I think we're gonna mix a few styles here. So let's see if we combine it with. Do 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 do. My question is, do I want this to be more faded look, or do we want more like contrasty, like black look? Having a black, like making it less... Okay, I like faded looks usually, but I think for a shot like this, maybe it's better to have more contrast because of these like leading lines or all these lines that are here to add some separation between all of it. So I think, yeah, I think we will lean away from the fade. And then we're gonna accentuate the dark areas a bit more. So just like around the edges. Kavai says, wait, no. Do you still have bugs there? Because I'm looking for a place to go. I don't think Dubai... We don't really have much. We don't have... Yeah, it's not like we don't live in a jungle or something, you know? For the bugs, you want to go to like Sri Lanka, India, Africa, Australia. We want to accentuate these spider webs. Okay. Just very, very subtle touches. I'm just trying to make all the outlines a bit brighter, or like stand out a bit more contrast. Lobe says, oh no, Kavai says it's 2 degrees Celsius here. Damn. Damn, that sucks. Actually, I wouldn't mind that. That's what it was here this morning. Thankfully, we're up to 11 now. Moving on up. You better believe I want to go to Australia. If I ever get really rich, I will live like March through November here, and then December to March there. Forever chase the good bug and reptile weather. Man, I just saw a video on social media. I thought of you. I was like, oh, this would be like a low base thing. Because it was like... What color was it? I think it was a white frog it just looked like a white blob, and then someone took like a spatula or something and like started scooping at it, and so then you saw the eyes pop out from the white, and it was like a beautiful whatever color, and then you saw all these colors start to emerge on the frog. I was like, holy shit. It was very much a low base moment. All right, so I'm just leaning into all the lines here. It's very, I don't even know if people can see the difference, but I'm just like very subtly increasing the highlights on it, just so it stands out ever so slightly from the dark areas surrounding it. So it just kind of makes it pop slightly more. So here's like the before and after. Very, very subtle. Not going crazy with it. Clarity, I don't know. I kind of prefer a softer look. So I'm just playing around with this a bit. Let's see. I feel like this leans in more to do like a sharp like a strong clarity shot, because it's kind of like monotone and whatever. It's like grills and you want all the lines. But lately, these days, I've been kind of preferring a softer touch. So I think that's what we're gonna go with. We're gonna go with like a somewhat smoother surface on everything. Just a little bit, not too much. So to be kind of more... That's too much. Something like this, maybe. For sure, for sure, I spend most of my time flipping frogs with spatulas. What if you keep the spatula still, but it's in the nature of the frog to flip anyways? So you don't actually have to do the flipping, you just wait for the frog to jump, and then you just gotta catch it wherever it goes. I don't even know why I'm saying that. Alright, what else should we change about this photo? Alright, we'll keep this in mind. So try to apply some denoise, see how it does. That would be a pretty solid TikTok video. You get so many, you get PETA up on your ass. Like, how dare you flip a frog without consent? I'm not sure how much I want to lean into the warmth or not. I like orange. Yeah, I think we'll desaturate the green. Maybe not fully, but just a bit. Okay. I used to do humane law enforcement. The worst type of people for that job are PETA types because they don't understand or accept that that is a law enforcement position, that you can't enforce your personal beliefs as to how animals should be treated. You can only enforce the law. And unfortunately, in a lot of the states, the law requires startlingly little. Interesting. Yeah, listen, I have no... I don't know. Is this like a symptom of getting older? Where I feel like as you get older, you become less outraged about certain things. You know, like I feel like you have just as many opinions growing up, but you don't have as many sharp edge opinions. Or at least for me. Okay, I'll just narrow it down to myself. I feel like as time moves forward, as I gain more information about the world, different cultures, different ways of life, more information about different topics, I feel like I've definitely toned down my strongest judgmental opinions. Judgmental opinions. Is that a... Yeah. Whereas in the past, I might have been more quick to being like, oh, you know, I hate these people, or I hate those people, or I hate that kind of behavior. I feel like these days I'm just like, you know what? I can understand where they're coming from. I don't agree with it, but I can empathize a bit more, blah, blah, blah. I think it's more just me getting too tired of having strong opinions in the back of my mind that kind of grate at you. So yeah, so even these PETA people, not that I really, you know, I don't know if I'd ever be friends with someone who is like one of those. Because I feel like PETA, it depends, right? I'm close friends with people who are very conscious about like what they put in their body, what impact they have in the world. But I don't think I'm friends with anyone who is conscious to that extent by judging other people, right? The moment you kind of cross a line into like, I will judge others for their lifestyle if it doesn't match with mine, that's usually where I kind of draw the line of like, I don't really want to hang out with you, man. Anyways. Let's see how this Luminar, we're going to edit this in Luminar Neo. Let's see how it does. All right, so I'm still very, very new to Luminar, so I'll probably be fumbling around without hitting the right buttons here. What is extras? Oh, I think this is like the marketplace thing, right? Okay. We're not going to explode that just yet. For this photo. Okay, that's cool. So it does a good job of just like showing you a bunch of these different presets. I'm assuming it's a bit of AI. It's telling me what it's like suggesting to me which look I should consider. Fair enough, fair enough. Oh, I just canceled it. Lobe says, personally, I would never keep a dog chained up in my yard. Unfortunately, it is legal. Oh man, that brings up memories way back when I was a child. I used to think I never had pets growing up, but then there was like a core memory unlocked where we did used to have a dog when I was like a toddler, and I think it was chained up in the backyard, like to a tree. And I just remember thinking the dog was very vicious, or it was like barking all the time. And then, yeah, I don't know how long we kept it, because that's like my only memory of it, was that it was chained up to a tree in the backyard barking. As I get older, I still have opinions. I just become less interested in pushing my opinions as if they were the gospel truth. Yeah, actually, you said it probably best. I think it's like, yeah, exactly. I just become tired. Extras are basically extra presets that you have to pay for. Gotcha. If you keep an eye out on Humble Bundle, they often have really good packs of Luminar presets. Okay. All right, so some of this stuff I can do here is I can apply some presets. Or let's go through all the different tools again. What is enhance? Okay, I think I want to keep it as is. Let's see if we can reduce a bit more noise. Yeah, it's pretty noiseless now. Let's maintain a bit more of the details. Structure. Increase or reduce clarity. Alright, so I don't want to touch around with too many of these things. Let's see what the black and white does. I mean, it's clean. But yeah, I don't think I want black and white. Okay, what I want to test is the... Was it the magic light or the light depth? Enhance and add glow. Okay, we want to try this, but there's the other one. Was it light depth? The one where you can have like 3-dimensional light coming through. I think it's this one. Create dimensional light with AI. Refine warmth, tone. Yeah, maybe it's this one. We're going to test it. Definitely the sun rays was the other one. Studio light, was it this? Simulate studio lighting by adding extra light sources for professional portrait effects. So between these guys, one of these I want to see how well it works. What should we start with? Let's try the sun rays one. Place sun center. I really like this sun rays feature. And then I guess it's just a question of where do we place it? And then what do we change about it? Oh yeah, oh nice. We can even make it peek through one of these bokeh, like this light source here maybe. No, but the angle is a little too off for that, but let's see. I don't think I want as many sun rays. I think we want subtle. So I'm going to go a little subtle with it. Whoops. Oh, shoot. How do I grab my sun? There you are. Okay. Kavai says looks good. Okay. Well, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm just kind of winging it. We'll see. Sometimes you get so lost in like testing out a bunch of features that you're like, are we doing too much? Probably yes, but I'm also trying to test out this product, Luminar Neo, so kind of kill two birds. So that's a sunray effect, which I think does an excellent job. What were the other ones I want to test out? There's the... Wait, let's test out this studio light. Now, how do I use this tool? Simulate studio lighting. Oh, I just clicked somewhere. I see. Hold on. Okay, so what? I click... Where do I click? I click here? I click there? Okay, okay. Hold on. How do I delete stuff? Remove. Nice. Whoops. Okay, and then I can move it around. I see. Sorry, I'm a slow learner, but we're getting there. That is kind of a crazy tool. So it's basically using some AI to kind of determine the depth, I guess, of the object here, and then figure out based on where I drag it around how the light should be reflecting off of it. Okay. Well, I honestly don't know if I'd use it for anything here. Light customization. What is this? Oh, we can simulate like light coming through different ways. Okay. Tree shadow. What does this look like? Okay, interesting. I probably won't use it for this particular shot. Bokeh effects. Don't mind if I do. Let's see how this looks. Oops. Oh, but here I guess it's not recognizing the subject. So it has to recognize the subject and then it can do the bokeh. Got it, got it. Color harmony. Okay, generally speaking, I think this looks decent. So let me go ahead and apply this. Say my name. And then just for fun, let's see, do we want to apply any more presets onto this? No, I think it's good. All right, so here's our final product. All right, so that was just having some shits and giggles, if you will, with the photo that Elle sent. What's our before and after? Let's do... Here, let me copy over just the crop. That's not true. I'm not sure why, but it's not copying over the cropping perfectly. Oh, okay, hold on a minute. Let's take the, is this the original? Yeah, okay, let me copy this one. There we go. Okay, there we go. So this is the before and after. So we got our before, here's our after. Nothing crazy, just wanted to accentuate the lines of the grill. I don't know my car terms. And then also mimic a bit more the warm tones from the sunlight. So it's more like a golden hour effect. And then I desaturated quite a bit from the other colors. And I also kind of softened everything. So like I removed a bit of the texture. So it's a bit more like a clean, smooth look to it. Which is, it's definitely a stylistic choice. I don't necessarily know if it's the best choice, but yeah, that's what we've landed with. There you go. Shout out to Elle. Thank you for sending me that photo. That says, especially for me who have large hands, DSLRs always felt better in my hands for photography. Yeah. Speaking of Fed, so we got your video here. I want to go play this while I don't know, can I multitask? That's a big question. Because I need to work on my DaVinci video. So I'm going to try to multitask while we're playing your video here. And the question is, how can I do this properly? Let's do it the maximum size of this. Is that too small? Let's see. Dun, 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 dun. Let's pause the music. And then again, let me put your link. Fedorevsky. Let's paste it in there. Fed, I don't know if I'll play the whole thing, but I figure I'll just play a bit and pause just as we observe. I want to take notes, you know, of like the different film techniques that you're doing, all that fun stuff. So even on this first shot here, I guess with my very basic level of understanding, my film school consists of a bunch of YouTube videos in the past year. But my understanding is you are making use of that kind of leading lines concept here as well. Or at the very least, you have some lines that kind of stretches from the top right and the bottom right. And then they're both kind of, you know, honing in on each other towards the middle left side. So it's drawing your line, or your eyes, I guess, towards that direction. And you've got these straight lines vertically of the doors, the windows, as it goes from all the way close up foreground to the background. It's way too long to play it all. Just jump around a bit. For sure, for sure. Yeah, so anyways, at least for this shot here, I think it's fantastic. I think I mentioned this yesterday, but it's also, every time I see someone shooting in this kind of style, or even now that I'm paying attention when I watch new movies or shows, and I'm noticing how they film in very low light situations. It's like this feeling of like you shouldn't worry about having pitch black pixels, right? Or having like pitch black parts of your shot. I'm curious if the same concept holds true for highlights. Like, should you apply that to like worrying about blowing out the sky in certain shots? Or yeah, I don't know which side is more forgiving. Is it more forgiving to be able to say like a shot should still look very good even if you have pitch black pixels throughout? In the same way, a shot can still look very good if you have pitch white, you know, blown out pixels. I have no idea. A lot of the action will take place over there. It's dark gray. There is never any black here. Yeah, I get what you're saying, but like my point is like anytime I see that, like to the naked eye, you can't really tell, right? Like if I look at the top left corner here, it's like I can see some details in my 4K, obviously on my big monitor screen. I can see very, very subtly. I see the rest of the building stretching upwards. But like, you know, in the moment, a lot of people, you'll just see pitch black, right? You're not like actually paying attention to like, well, technically it's this or that. So yeah, like what's the harm then if you end up with the pitch black section of your shot, depending on how you shoot it, I guess. I have the analog limiter on in dehancer and also the film compression. Yeah, the analog limiter is an excellent tool. I feel like it's its own standalone tool. So anyways, those are my thoughts on it. And then I did think that your sound effects was fantastic as well. And then I was briefly looking through your channel. So Fed, if I'm not mistaken, do you normally do this kind of stuff? Hold on, where were you? Oh yeah, I have to subscribe on this channel. Whoops. Kavai says, I think it depends. A professional photographer I know used blown out highlights on purpose when, for example, taking photos of foggy mornings. Okay. Yeah, it's just, I feel, maybe it's just recency bias, but there's a viral clip of the movie Sinners. I really liked that movie, by the way. It was an excellent movie. But in the Sinners, they were playing like a few minutes of one of the clips where they're doing some kind of whatever. They were dancing in the dark, and you look at the shot, and half of it is like pitch black. But I was like, oh, I mean, it looks good, right? Like, again, it's just I get this thought where it's like, do you as a professional end up becoming so up your own ass about rules that you forget to break it? Because I think of this with photography as well, right? Like you get, I say you, but it's a collective you, including me, right? You learn all these rules about how you're supposed to shoot, and then you forget that photography it's an art form, and so you're not. Who cares about breaking the rules? If by design you should be almost, you know. So yeah, I wonder if the same thing applies to film, like cinematography, where it's like, oh, make sure to avoid the pitch black areas and stuff. It's like, well, could you make it a stylistic choice? So. But yeah, I was looking briefly at your channel. I didn't like click on a bunch of these, but I didn't know if you're doing some Halloween themed ones just for the Halloween season, or if you do a lot of like dark thriller type stuff. But yeah, anyways, so shout out Fedorevsky. Where'd the video go? Let's watch it again. It all depends on the footage and what you want to achieve or the photo. I let some lights in the background clip at times to achieve correct exposure on the face if I'm shooting fast. Yeah, good point. You can't always balance it everywhere. You know what's interesting, Fed? I'm curious because this is something I'm trying to figure out as well. Because obviously you're exporting your video into YouTube, and then on my side I'm watching it in 4K on my monitor screen. Oh no, sorry, it's in 1440. Okay, let me click it to 4K. Okay, so now I'm watching in 4K. So on my monitor, I'm noticing a little bit of that kind of like that the fuzziness, right? What's the term for it? But yeah, it's a little bit fuzzy here in the pitch black. And because I get the same effect when you export sometimes, right? And then you try to put it online, where the encoder, I don't know what you call it, but I guess the way YouTube would consume it, it then doesn't give you that clean, especially in the dark areas. So you get these like splotches, I guess. Man, I'm just using random noise. Noise, thank you. Random words. Noise, and then I wrote what you said. Yeah, so I noticed the noise a bit here. But is there a way to get rid of that? Like how do you get rid of it if you're going to publish to YouTube? Or is that always going to be something you have to deal with? YouTube doesn't play nice with the noise? Yeah, okay. But then the noise, by the way, so for instance, when I'm watching it, I see all this noise here. The moment your text pops up, it disappears. So the moment your text pops in, all of the surrounding dark areas, it just becomes still. There's no jumping around of the noise. Or not as much. I liked your use of like telling the story throughout the next few seconds. By the way, was he smoking a vape there? That's so 21st century now. Gone are the days of the cigarette. If you try to apply too much noise reduction, you may ruin detail. I prefer to just let it be, or else you often get... Thank you, that's the other word I was thinking of. Banding. Banding instead on YouTube, yeah. Okay. I think you listed somewhere about the who did the score and everything for this. Yeah. Yeah, so I like the color grading. I love this. I think we were talking about this yesterday, but it seems like the cool tones work really well for night shots. And my assumption was something to do with like moonlight being the same kind of colors. Yo, I am a germaphobe to a certain extent. I would never do what he just did there. Like, you're really gonna touch that freaking dumpster, man? Oh, you're gonna pick something off the dumpster, dude? Oh, ooh, man. You'd have to pay me some good money to do that. And you're gonna put your feet... Yo, dude, what are you doing? I like this hand-holding style, by the way. That's another thing I guess I was I'm slowly learning, I guess. My assumption was like all the films, you gotta always like have it on a gimbal or have it very stable. But then I've been paying attention a bit more in movies where it's like intentionally handheld or maybe even digitally creating a bit of shake. And it's a nice effect. And here it looks nice. It's not like super shaky, but you can tell at times that you're just hand holding. It's the Agfa stock. Ooh, nice. I think I used that a few times. Agfa stock and Kodak print in dehancer and a lot of tweaking. What lens was used? Yeah, oh yeah, that's a good question. Fed says, I hate gimbals. This is the Viltrox 25mm f1.7 DX crop. So what is the math? What's the quick maths on that? So 25... Is that like a 40? I don't know. Man, my Korean mom, she's going to be visiting in a couple days. But the fact that I can't do quick maths anymore... Fed, can you remind me, did you say you do manual focus on everything? I know all the pros do manual focus pooling. Which is like, okay, fine, fair enough. Even though I really want to use autofocus. Did you do like a manual focus pull to go focus on his face? Or did you do an autofocus with like a slower focus speed? Fed says, so that is 37.5. Around 40 is great if you plan on shooting with only one lens. Gotcha. Because I thought this focus, it focused on him really smoothly. You know, it didn't like jump around to it. But I also imagine filming this at night or in like low light situations must be tough to do like any kind of auto focusing. Also, sorry, I'm going to be pausing a lot, right? Because obviously, you guys should check out the entire video on Fedorevsky's channel. I'm just here to pause and learn and just kind of point out a few things that stick out to me. So I'm curious because obviously for me personally, I am trying to get into filmmaking as well. Now, I don't think I'm ready to do what you're doing, Fed, which is like making a fictional film concept, right? I think I'm still comfortable doing more like a documentary style because it's more free flowing of just, I'm just capturing everything and then trying to get the story eventually. But I was curious, like when you're filming something like this, so you're telling the actor, okay, I want you to walk up the step here, and then we're going to take a second angle of the shot. So as you go up, I'm assuming you filmed him going all the way up, and then you're like, okay, go back down. I'm going to situate myself over here, and then I want you to walk from there. Like, were you keeping an eye at like, okay, first put your left hand on the railing here, so there's some continuity in the second shot. I don't know if you guys think it through all the way there, like to that level, or it's just like you do multiple takes and then you see what fits. But yeah, the point is I like the transition here. You could have fooled me that there were two cameras at the same time. Pause and talk, jump around. There's no peaking in Red Raw. I did autofocus with a lot of tweaks to the speed and so on to get it to respond naturally. Nice, nice. Yeah, because I like doing that. I like just slowing down the focus speed. Where did you guys film, by the way? It does look very eerie. Okay, so that I like this one as well. So what would you call this? Is like a panning shot? But do you still call it like a panning shot if you're, because when I think of the word panning, I assume it means like a rigid right to left, left to right, whereas yours is like more of like a rotating, like a turning shot. Is there like a terminology for that? Where you're twisting as opposed to panning? But yeah, I don't know. This is a coffee factory? Damn. I low-key thought that was Fed, but he's DJing the cam, yes. This is my best buddy, nice. Hold on a second, I want to... So, okay, how did you do the focus on this? So, I'm just going to slow it down. Actually, whatever. So you had the focus point here. Then as you're panning over to the left... And then, obviously he's not in focus yet. But then, there he is. So did you manually change the focus point? Or did he just walk into the focus point and then you, yeah. Because then it maintains focus, so I'm assuming you're in kind of like autofocus mode there. It was a vape. So modern. You know what? I don't think I can get used to the vape. I feel like our generation, I don't know. There's still something very badass. I think smoking a cigarette will always look badass, even though I don't necessarily condone it, or obviously it's unhealthy and all that fun stuff. But something about that lit like an actual fire shot with the, yeah. The cigarette, the vape, in my opinion, feels a bit like cheating. I don't know. King says autofocus is looking good for the scene. Yeah, man. This way it won't. Oh, sorry. You said crab versus pan. I think this is pan. Crab. People say crab. I do the crab walk sometimes when I have to film. But this is called panning. But in my mind, oh, okay. So you're saying a rigid left to right motion is a crabbing, and then a twisting shot off of like your center of axis or whatever is called panning. Fed says just set the autofocus right. It looks for people and I set it to focus slowly, but find focus fast. This way it won't hunt, just focus slow and deliberate. Well, that's amazing, man. I need to double check my settings to see if I do something similar. King says I've only been using manual focus for the last year. I've been using only manual for decades, so this is new for me. Nice. Oh, so we're all doing new things. So that would be considered a panning. Oh, by the way, Fed, because this is 21 minutes long, so because it sounds like it's the same soundtrack so far. Were you like looping the same soundtrack, or how did you get it to feel like it's one song for the past 7 minutes? I'm just gonna hop around, look for some different framing stuff to. Man, can you imagine if a face popped out right here? That's a cool shot, by the way. Tilt. Oh, that's the other word. Kind of a pan slash tilt. It doesn't look like autofocus in a good way, says King. Fat says, no, there's many that have been used here. Probably 3 to 4 tracks already, but I meld them something. Oh, well, excellent job, man. Yeah, this is a cool shot as well. So I guess this is one of those. Here's where you can point out the power of the ZR, or with their like dynamic range, to be able to show like some of this with the inferior camera might have been pitch black, but in this case you're able to see the rest of the building, even though it's like 10 shades darker. Did you use a shotgun mic at all, or just this is straight out of the just the native? Do. It works so good now. I was surprised how well it worked. Jump ahead a bit. He walks out in the darkness. Tilt is Z-axis rolling movement. Oh shoot. Okay, now we're using new terms. You got the X, Y. So then Z is when you're in 3D mode. Tilt is Z-axis rolling movement. So it's more like, actually, what do I know? I need to use only ZR bodies and use autofocus like Yobel. Yeah, that's all I do. It's just stereo from the camera with those nifty wind muffs. Nice. Oh, this is what you're talking about, right? With the headlamp? Ooh. I like the sound effect. Man, that looks clean. That's impressive. Oh, question, because I've never shot with the camera that Fed says he turns on practical lights and walks to a new scene. Gotcha. I've never shot with a camera with the freaking digital shoe mount, right? Because like all my other cameras were just like the cold whatever. Were you concerned at all with like the rain with like a digital shoe mount? Am I saying the right words here? Now that the shoe mount is digitized or whatever, I'm assuming you have to avoid rain, water, in a way that you didn't have to worry about in prior cameras from Nikon. King says, shout out to Fed. He just filmed this and already edited the whole thing. That's what I said, man. This dude, you filmed this, what, 2 days ago? 3 days ago? Something like that? And it's already out? Man. Meanwhile, how long is it taking me? Okay. In my defense, this dehancer video, I didn't go too much into it, but like I said, the editor that I'm working with right now for this, it's just been a lot of disappointments, unfortunately. I had high hopes on this one, and it's a little bit crazy that it's been like 3 to 4 weeks that I'm going back and forth with this editor to get my video. So I just received it today. I think it's the final version that I'm expecting from this editor. I'm now going to do the rest of the editing myself. But man, meanwhile, Fed is pumping out videos, shooting and pumping out videos in like 3 days max. 30 minutes shoot, 2 evenings of editing and grading. Yeah. That's cool. Man, it's very stable. Since you're just hand holding and stuff, it looks super stable. I'm still editing some from a few weeks ago. I have 4 videos I need to finish. Damn. Oh, nice. And so, did you have any issues doing autofocus in the rain? Because I know that's one of the biggest challenges, right? With like every camera I've ever held, where the moment you introduce rain or snow, it's like the camera gets so confused by every particle that goes in between you and the subject. But it seems like you grab focus quickly on that one. It's in sports mode stabilization. Shooting was so fast, handheld, and autofocus. Let me just look at that again. Also, man, this lens flare. That looks really cool. Nice. It lost focus a few times here, but jumped right back to his eye. That's the beauty of the red highlight roll-off. Okay. Won't be surprised if Fed gets a second ZR. Can't believe he's cheating again with that vape. You gotta use a real cigarette next time, man. That's also impressive that you can see the tree line here. Can you imagine this coffee factory, the security guard, the next day, they're like just reviewing the tape. It's like, What are these two dudes doing? Just walking around. It's like, should we call the cops? We are the cops. Nice. Well, okay, you know what? I'm gonna pause it there because I don't want to like go through everything. I do feel like people should check it out in its entirety on his channel. So thank you, Fedorovsky. Heavy ZR and 170 grams lens. What was that about? Oh yeah, hold on. How heavy was your rig? I see no micro jitters. He stopped smoking cigarettes. Well, sometimes there's a thing called sacrifice, all right? But good on him. ZR and 170 gram lens. That's not bad. Well, thank you very much. What? Okay, there was a thought that I had. I wanted to double check. What was it? Man, I lost it. In terms of projects that I need to work on, so one, we have our dehancer video, right? So I need to put the opening trailer together with our amazing soundtrack from MusicBed, and then I need to pump out the 6-hour video from all the shots that I have of the chimpanzees. I've got it all lined up now. I just needed to download a bunch more songs from MusicBed, so that's going to be posted. And then third, I'm working on the script for my Pidgeytech review. Where is it? Pidgeytech. Here it is. So I figured another thing, and again, thanks to whoever it was in the chat, this is like weeks ago at this point, who suggested that I should put out like a 5-minute video about the backpack that I got from Pidgeytech as like a teaser for the future video once I'm able to travel around the world with the backpack, so I can give it like a full review, right? Like an actual field tested review. So I'm putting together the script and the storyboard for what like a 5-minute video could look like, where I'm introducing the Pidgeytech backpack and like kind of just doing some nice product shots, talking about some of the features, maybe even doing like a simulate packing it with a bunch of gear as I would if I were traveling, and then just ending it by saying like, you know, stay tuned obviously once I go out in the world with it, but at the very least, here's this new backpack. It's a nice little moment for me, a milestone of getting a physical gear to shoot with or to test with. So yeah, anyways, I'm working on that video as well, and this is probably something I would hand to another editor. I'm back to the drawing board where it's like I need to find a good editor. Hopefully. Yeah. Oh, God. I've never felt more depressed in my entire post-exit of corporate and, like, trying to make it in this world. I never have been more depressed than when I think about how much time and energy and money I've spent trying to find an editor and failing miserably every time. Fed says, thanks for Ninja Walk. The Ninja Walk. Sports stabilization gets rid of micro jitters and years of practice. There was a term that we coined several weeks back. It was like the Asian squat. Oh, that's what it was. Because you can apply the Asian squat technique as well. If you're Asian, because then you can get super low to the ground without your ass touching the ground and get your shot. Yeah, well, listen, Fed, thanks for sharing your video. Obviously, a lot more questions to come, but the fact that you're able to create that so quickly, it's making me realize I have zero excuses for why I'm so slow with it. King says Yoba has more projects to finish than I do. I have way too many things, man. I will check it out, Fed. Make sure to go to podcast with Yoba. Yes. Well, you know what? I think I briefly mentioned it to you guys. We were doing some research on the Starlink, right? Because I mentioned that I am planning to start doing some wildlife IRL live streams. So some 2 large creators did it recently, and they did a really good job of it. So no knock on them. But it was technically something I've been thinking about doing now for at least a couple years. And so seeing them do it with like very little tech issues has made me realize like, okay, we absolutely can do this. And so I'm in the works of trying to get it all put together. But one of the things I am planning to do is do these types of Jeep safaris, boat safaris, just wildlife safaris live. And I want to do podcasts. I want to actually do like a interview / podcast concept from a moving vehicle, like from the Jeep, let's say, during a safari. And so I think I have everything necessary to make it possible with, in terms of the connections with like different brands to make it, you know, repeatable. But yes, so I am actually planning some kind of podcast concept. Sports stabilization also has none of that corrections, jumps the okay, let me read that again. Sports stabilization also has none of the correction jumps that the normal stabilization has. If you hold it steady and walk deliberately, it will work really great. I did the Asian squat when he was up on the ledge a few times. Nice. I had to tell my buddy to walk slower a few times so I didn't have to also walk fast. If you walk too fast, it will jitter more. Yeah. I mean, I've noticed some of that jitter on my shots as well. But like I said, the fact that I was able to capture the chimp walking backwards at the pace of the chimp and still getting clean shots, that was like all the proof I needed that this camera can really perform in unexpected conditions. So yeah. But yeah, I was trying to put together the wildlife stack. We paused a bit. I'm jumping around here, guys. So that's another project I'm working on. In terms of the script, I did no stabilization in post, only camera sports mode. Nice. Okay, so let me share with you guys what my concept is so far with the Pidgeotech backpack. The first shot I was thinking is going to be pitch black, and I'm going to actually insert the ZR inside the backpack. And then I'm going to close up the backpack, face it towards the ceiling. So imagine the camera is pointing up towards the ceiling. It's going to be filming, but it's pitch black. And then I'm going to start the video by unzipping the backpack. And so then obviously light will start leaking through. And then you'll see my face kind of peer over the camera. And then I'm going to say some opening words, blah, blah, blah. And then eventually I'm going to reach into the backpack, pick up the camera, and continue doing like a selfie conversation with it. And eventually I'm going to turn the camera around to point at the backpack, which is on the ground. And then I might zoom in all the way into the backpack until it's pitch black again, to fade into the next shot, whatever the next shot is. So I figured that would be like the first sequence of shots. I don't know if it's actually going to look good or not. I need to film it, but I got distracted with the new tattoo, so I have to kind of let it heal a bit, and then I'll film it in my apartment. But that was like my opening scene. Fed says, King's asking, how did you get the chimps to choreograph so well? Did you cast? I didn't have to. These were all, some of those chimps, you know where you've seen them before? Planet of the Apes with James Franco. Wait, James Franco? Was he in that movie? James Franco, Planet of the Apes? Return of the Planet of the Apes? Was that what it's called? Rise of the Planet of the Apes? Okay. Great movie, by the way. So yeah, I was thinking peering down, looking down. Camera POV. Here we go. So something like this shot, right? So it'd be like, so imagine this is, oh yeah, you know what? I should copy this image just for reference. Can I copy in here? All right, I don't know if I can drag this into the cell. Whatever, it's there now. So this is kind of like the first shot I'm thinking of the from inside the backpack. The camera's in there, and then I'll say a few words, pick it up, do the transition. Then it might just be some nice, smooth, slow motion shots of the backpack itself, like kind of panning up and down, or pointing at some of the features as I mention some of the features. And then it'll jump back to me talking to the camera, just giving my disclaimer, these are my opinions, blah, blah, blah. And then, yeah, anyways, so this is one of the things that I'm working on right now as well. And I figure I need to prioritize this because one, it's a video I need to post on my YouTube channel, but two, this is another opportunity for me to send this to an editor and see if they can meet my creative expectations. So Fed says ninja walk is that light walking when you walk like a ninja, snooping, making no noise. Some say shinobi walk. Well, the shinobi run would be with your hands behind you. Oh, sorry, Nala. Which is so ridiculous in Naruto. I just watched all of Naruto, so that's standing out to me. Makes for no micro jitter if done correctly with stabilization in camera. Is that an Amazon kitty box? No. Yo, Fed, we've had to replace the Amazon kitty box. Because Nala, eventually, she broke the box, right? Just from all the weight pressing down all the time. So part of the box kind of ripped open. So now we're just relying on a pillow for now. And then I'll wait for the next time I get an Amazon shipment of the same proportion of that box. And then we'll do phase 2. But for now, we got Nala in this pillow box. Hold on. Good girl. Let's bounce it out. Good girl. Good girl. Oh. Meanwhile, look at freaking Kimbap. I have to keep refocusing. Look how adorable. So by the way, hold on. Wear and tear, need a new box. Yeah, you seem like you are from the Nara clan. What is the Nara one again? Are they the Nara? Is that the Shadow guys? In which case, I'll take that as a compliment because I remember when I was super young, when I was introduced to Naruto, I thought that dude Shikamaru was like, he was my favorite character. I think he's the Nara clan, right? Super nerdy with it. But yeah. So thank you very much. But yes, these cat cameras are turning out super nice. So I'm putting more energy into like figuring out, like setting everything up. So I mentioned I have a new YouTube channel called Lo-Fi Cat Naps at, oh no, not here. At Lo-Fi Cat Naps. There's no content on there yet, but my thought process was I'm going to just start doing some long, I'm just going to record. I'm going to hit record on my cameras, not on stream, just in general. Anytime my cats are just sleeping there, even like what Kimbap's doing right now. And so imagine I'll just collect like hours of footage of my cats just sleeping, doing nothing, just doing whatever. But then that becomes my content, which I will then apply some lo-fi music through Music Bed. And then I'll just pump out a bunch of these like hour-long videos, similar to the whole lo-fi girl videos that you will see on YouTube. So then, yeah, I figured that just for fun, right? Because I have the cats, I have the music. It's not like, yeah, whatever. It's just a fun little project. But then from there, I can also start doing some live streams. So I can do my co-working live streams from that channel. Because I figured maybe doing co-working from my YouTube channel right now, the Yobel Prize, it may not necessarily make too much sense, like in terms of branding, in terms of the content itself. So this allows me to then use both channels or stream it both. So look at the beautiful Kimbap. Side eye. Good boy, Kimbap. Yeah, good boy, good boy. How many subscriptions for audio service do you have for your total channel? Well, right now, I'm just going to be... Really, I'm just promoting Music Bed. So Music Bed's my main. But like, I still have a subscription to Artlist and Lens Distortions. But Music Bed has been more than enough when it came to like some of these projects that I'm trying to work on. So yeah, I figure I'm just going to be leaning heavily into them for most of everything. Kavai says, hey, Beatty. Oh, is Beatty in the chat? Or did you mean Beauty? I'm assuming you meant Beauty. Yes, Kimbap. Sorry. Every time I say his name, he's just like, why are you disturbing me when I'm cleaning my balls? Let's just all watch Kimbap Bro now. Look at him. Oh, BD is here. Oh, okay, okay. I am here, says BD. Well, welcome, BD. Welcome to a new stream with a new me. New me as in, we got new ink work. So shout out to my artist. He's just chilling over there. But yeah. I'm so excited with this. Trying to get my eyes out of the shot so it doesn't focus on my eyes. Dude, why am I so bad at this? There we go. Kavai says, yo, I can't see watch streak messages. Same with my 30 watch streak message. I sent proof in the Discord. Oh, I didn't see that. I see it. Okay. Ugh. So basically, he does like a freeform and he like creates his own symbology based on the client. So in my case, it was around like my photography. So I was explaining that basically he created a design starting from my finger, my index finger, because as photographers, you know, that's like our trigger finger, right? So that's like the action one. So starting from there and seeing how like basically it winds through, and then he has some other symbology around like nature and my things like around traveling, even just like my heritage around like being Korean and like symbology there. But then yeah, this is like part one, which I mean it's like the main part, right? But this is now going to lead to an extension. So then for these these fingers. He was saying he's going to do a collaboration with one of his other buddies who does like color ink. So imagine there will be like two designs like interwoven through. And it'll go for the rest of my arm. So yeah, we'll continue the concept. Jesus, I'm so bad at like figuring out how to show this. But it'll be two styles that kind of mesh together. One is in color, one is in black, as it goes through the rest of my arm. So yeah, there we go. We're locked in. I can never enter into corporate world ever again. Or that was kind of the thought process behind it, by the way. I was mentioning before, but I had always said, if I realize that I never want to go back to corporate, if I feel like I can survive in doing my passion for the rest of my life, then it's a good time for me to also get a hand tattoo, because it's almost like me closing the door to that world of the 9 to 5 and like entering this new world where I'm saying like I'm burning the bridge behind me so that I can never go back. Hence getting my hand all like inked up. So yeah, we'll see. BD says my first tat was unfortunately a hand tat and that was a mistake at the time. I have since learned. Yo, that's bold for you to do that as your first one. Damn, I don't think I got the cojones for that. Damn, son. So yeah, welcome BD. I'm just showing a bit of what I need to work on. So earlier we were checking out Fedorevsky's video. So again, shout out to Fed. Awesome, super impressive, especially given the fact that he said it took him, what, 2 days of editing? And Fed, you went out to film this like maybe, what, 4 days ago? So the speed in which you worked is now making me realize how much room for improvement I have to get my shit done. Starting with this dehancer video. So we got the, you know what, let's go ahead and work through this right now. Pause on the music. Now I am going to get copyright struck because of this, but it might be worth it. Dehancer, no, DaVinci. Let's look at DaVinci. DaVinci. 1, 2, 3. Cool. Okay, you guys should be able to hear this now.
I've been chasing a look that lets my travel
Nope, not that.
stories.
Let's full screen this. Fed says on Tuesday we filmed it and then uploaded it yesterday. So Tuesday and today's Friday. So yeah, again, that's so crazy. Very, very crazy. All right, so here's where we are with the opening section for my next YouTube video, which is on, it's like a review of that's as far as we got. Why does this music keep playing? So now I just need to start listing. I need to start putting the clips in order until the final part. But the soundtrack for this is amazing. I think it will work really well. It's just now up to me not to mess it up, right? But the opening I think looks fairly good. Fed says this is usual for our stuff. It's usually just going out to test stuff in a way, and then I edit it and make it into a sort of film like this. We just improvise when filming. That's a cool workflow.
I've been chasing a look that lets my travel stories breathe.
And then I think here I might need to increase the volume at the very beginning. It might be a little too quiet to start. And where do we get it to? 16. Okay, let's try the same. Let's see. There could use some work. I'm just not, I need to be better at doing transition stuff. But I feel like there could be something punchier in that transition moment as we click and then jump to this one. Okay, so that's just one quick note, just to make it a bit poppier as we jump from this whole intro into the cinematic stuff. But in terms of the music and everything, I think this is the best we're gonna get. So I'm kind of happy with it. I'm not, I don't mean that in a weird way. I'm saying like I'm really happy with how this is turning out. And then I'm gonna have to update the dehancer settings for everything throughout each one. So Fed, just for your reference as well, because I have a whole list of it. I was trying to see like what was my dehancer profiles that I preferred the most. Here I use the Kodak 2383 and then the Kodak Ektar 25. It's great to test stuff in this hobby filming way, so I don't have to test when doing pro stuff. Yeah, that's a good point. So basically you're doing it for work through your hobby. Great way to get to know the ZR and new lenses and the autofocus. Yeah. Okay. Music will continue for a while. Very, very dramatic. And so here, I think previously we were putting some little markers for like quickly getting a sense of like how many different clips am I playing with. And I'm not going to do anything special with the graphics or like visual effects or anything. I think it's just going to be playing each one, maybe occasionally throwing in a bit of like zoom effect, if that. Otherwise, it'll just play one after the other until we get to the ending here. And yeah, and then the gorilla will be the final shot. Here, let me reduce the resolution so it's not as choppy. So but basically somewhere from when that starts towards probably around here is when the music will fade out and then my beautiful face will pop in saying a bunch of lovely things about dehancer, blah, blah, blah. So speaking of which, I think I have that video now since I downloaded it. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, let's drag this in. Clips, editor, version.
Hi everyone, my name is Yobel, and
Hello,
I aim to share
everyone.
the best of the world.
So anyways, that's where I start off. And so we got a few things here. I have so much to do still. It's so disappointing, man. Fed says, yeah, oh yeah, sorry, I read that already. Basically, doing some hobby stuff to get better at your pro stuff. It edits using the beat of your edit. It edits using the beat of your edit and movements. I'm assuming there was one quick typo in what you said, but I'm trying to figure out what it was. It edits using the beat of your edit and movements. I'm just going to agree with you. But yeah, actually, you know what? Let's let it play out all the way. And then if you guys will imagine with me how the clips can work. But I think the soundtrack is perfect. Like there's no need to change it. We're going to use it in its entirety. It was just always a matter of, can I slot in the right clips to match the music? So, okay, let's let it play. Then yeah, either the music will continue but then quieter at that point, or it'll be a completely different soundtrack that kind of blends in. Haven't figured that part out yet. Let me go ahead and just drop this now and see how it sounds. Yeah, something like that could work. So just let it drop towards the end, and then yeah, fade in me. And then I think we need to start the curtains closing or opening up again thing a bit sooner. So that's in the cropping section. Yeah, okay, so we have it in the wrong spot, maybe. We need it starting here. And then delete this one, I think. Okay, hold on, let's see. Yeah. Fade to black at some point here. Yeah. Okay, so something like that. Oh, sorry. King's black screen on our end. Oh, did it freeze up? Well, you said never mind. Okay, just in case, let me refresh the. Sometimes like OBS has been acting up slightly the past few days. Let me go to my studio display. Where are you? And let's restart capture. Okay. Hopefully you guys can see this without issues. Oh, I see. Okay. So, yeah, it was a black screen, but that's just because I was showing a black screen. I see. Yeah, because it was a black screen because I have nothing there yet. This is what I need to work on now, is filling in the gaps. I plan to pick up the Nikon 24 to 50 DX, 50 to 250 DX, and probably the Tamron 28 to 75 2.8 also. Man, these are some crazy... I need to share all of this to Nikon. Be like, look at people in my community. They're not only shooting and creating content with your beautiful cameras, they're also getting a bunch of other lenses too. BD says, I got sent some new studio monitors to test and I absolutely love them. We'll be switching to them for music work and selling off my previous ones. I'm trying to get them to let me buy these ones because I want them now, but they're making me buy from the dealer. Well, if my memory serves, BD, the previous monitors you were talking about, they were like, there's some crazy, I think the name of the monitor or like the features or the specs sounded so insane to someone like me, like with the kind of stuff that I normally use. So I can only imagine if you're saying there's one that beats whatever you're using before. Jesus. Fed says, sorry, no, it's 16 to 50 DX. 16 to 50. Oh, okay, not 24 to 50. Yeah. It's light for traveling. It's still pretty sweet that the MSRP is less than half of the price of my previous monitors. Studio monitors as in speaker. Oh, sorry. Well, that shows how little I know what you're talking about. Studio monitors, I see, as the speakers. Yo, I've got a good set of speakers, but one of them is broken now. One side. I have the KRK. King says you look leaner than dehancer. Thank you. Hey, look, the dieting and the gym stuff, it's slowly working. And as I mentioned, one of the most recent changes is that now I am cutting out rice entirely from my diet. At least in terms of what I cook, I'm just having cauliflower rice. I'm straight up having ground beef, chicken, mushrooms, bell peppers, kimchi, and cauliflower rice, all sauteed together inside of an Instant Pot. Let me just look up real quick. KRK kit. No, KRK speakers. Yeah, so this is what I have. I have one of these KRK speakers from like maybe 4 or 5 years ago, and it served me pretty well. But then I just recently discovered that my left side of the speakers is glitched out, and it's not doing anything. So, yeah, RIP. I see what you mean now by studio monitors. Thank you. All right, but I will pause the music because now we're trying to figure out how to make this work. So beginning is fine. I mentioned we'll do some chimp shot. So we'll do some wildlife to begin. So basically it'll start with the chimpanzee and then it will end with the gorilla. So I'm starting with 2 of my most dramatic shots that I've captured before with wildlife, or just in general, right? So obviously we get to show off the crazy chimpanzee. So that I figured that's a nice way to hook people to keep watching. And then ending with the gorilla can have some nice closure to it. And also it's just it's a nice shot. So, but then everything in between, that's the real challenge. So I think if we have 3 wildlife shots so far. So shot 1, shot 2, 3. So then here we can switch gears technically and just do a bit of something else. What is that something else? We got the wildlife. Let's move over to... We just need some, like, not necessarily throwaway shots, but like shots where, because the next sequence is going to be very quick shots. So BD says it's insane because it would usually take me a while to get used to new monitors, but this is instant. I was like, this is right now. Wait, did you say they're not out yet? You got to test some new studio monitors? As in, like, they're not, it's not in public. Is that what I'm understanding? So you can't like share the brand or anything. Okay, maybe I'll use... trying to figure out how can I tell like a story from this as well, which is not going to be easy. Okay, what if we take these sequence? If I take these 3 shots, hear me out, hear me out. Let me show you the world. Dun dun dun. So it goes 1, 2, 3. No, that doesn't work. 4. I have to fit 3 inside this because I figure I can keep punching in. So it'd be like starting with this part, maybe right here. So keeping the 2 bikers crossing by. So it goes 1. Jesus. One, 2. Okay, so we'll split it somewhere here. Whoops. And then we need to get rid of this. I don't know if this is actually going to look good, but I figure for these, like, there's going to be 3 shots kind of quickly in progression. And then it'll be like the transition shots. And it's going to be the same, the same shot. So it's of this kind of statue, starting off with the wide angle, then kind of punching in, and then punching in to the closest one after the other. So... I guess it doesn't really matter where. Maybe this part here. We'll try this one first. And then the last one is this guy. Super close. So this may or may not work. I don't know, but let's see. BD says, it's insane. Oh, no, sorry. They just released. They are the Barefoot Sound Footprints 1 Gen 2. The BSF 1 Gen 2. Barefoot Sound Footprint 01 Gen 2. Now, how much are we talking here? How much? Knowing BD, your professionalism level, my guess is this speaker is going to cost I'm going to say this is going to cost like either $899 or $1,299. It's either $900 or $1,300. Let's see. 8-inch dual force tri-amplified 3-way active monitor. Oh man, I might have been lowballing this. Oh my god, I was way off the mark. $4,500. Damn. Damn. People spend that much? There are levels to this, and I'm not anywhere near it.
Hey, I'm Joe Marlette, music producer and mixing engineer, here to talk about the Barefoot Sound Footprint 01 Gen 2.
I can't full screen
So I
this.
spent some time with the Gen 1, and I have to say that the Gen 2 is exceptional. The openness, the clarity, the detail, the second you turn it on, you hear it. With the addition of Spock technology, the mid-range and high-end really shine, and the imaging is second to none. It's so 3D you could just reach in and grab the frequencies. While the original Footprint 01 set a high standard for compact professional
BD says it's insanely affordable for the level they play at. I mean, I'll take your word for it, but $4,500, damn.
This next generation model introduces a fully tri-amplified three-way architecture providing dedicated Class D amplification for each driver. At the heart of the Footprint 01 is a suite of newly developed...
Fed says I have the Nikkor 40mm f2 as well. Oh, to King.
5-inch aluminum cone mid-range driver and dual 8-inch aluminum cone woofers integrated into the cabinet using the proprietary dual force coupling system. The new DSP platform features Spock. This allows the Gen 2 to achieve higher resolution, improved clarity, and ultra-low latency for an unmatched mixing and monitoring experience. To support all this technical advancement, the cabinet itself has been acoustically refined with increased...
BD says I had some ATC SCM25 previously. They were more than double the price of the pair.
Sealed enclosure with a sleek industrial finish. The Footprint 01 Gen 2 also features Barefoot's MEME technology, enabling you to instantly switch between multiple reference speaker types. Together, these innovations make the Footprint 01 Gen 2 not just a worthy successor, but a truly next-level monitor that brings flagship performance to a wider range of studios and creators.
Okay. Man, this thing is impressive. I mean, it sounds impressive, literally. And it costs an impressive amount. If you ever need to give it away, BD, or if you need to give away your old speakers to somebody, you can DM me, or I can DM you my address, my shipping address. Feel free. Yeah, feel free. All right, so let's see if this works. I'll play it from... It kind of works. It's a bit rigid, but hold on. Either I can play the second clip slightly earlier, like maybe one frame earlier. Let's see. I think that's not bad. Listen, we're not making a Hollywood film here, but you know, in my little corner of the world, this is a okay start to the trailer. So we got 3 wildlife shots, synchronized to the beats, but then the next 3 shots are still synchronized to the beat, but not in the same uniform manner, so it kind of breaks it up a bit, so it's not so robotic. So it'll be faster clips, whereas the other ones were evenly, yeah, the previous 3 are the same duration and about double the length of the next 3. Somewhat, okay. And then for these shots, basically it's kind of obvious what I'm doing, but I figure instead of just showing 3 random shots as transition shots, the next set of longer clips, I decided I want to use 3 shots that represent the same moment, but just kind of punching in one after the other. Which then segues into our next section, which I think will be people shots. So we did wildlife, we did something random in between. Now let's grab 3 people shots that deserve probably the equal amount of time as the first 3 shots. BD says, also found out some really exciting news the other day. 2 films that I worked on are premiering at this coming year's Sundance. So it'll be my first time attending the festival, even though I have sour feelings right now. Oh man. I'm trying to remember. You might have shared something about the Sundance before. Maybe. But congratulations, regardless. That's crazy. 2 films. Who knows what those sour feelings are, but that's amazing stuff. Yo, to get... Oh, wait, Beatty, can I ask you a question? I was typing in the chat earlier. And you know what? I think I'm done with the editing because I hate wearing these headphones. I'm like overheating. I'll finish the dehancer video on my own. Oops. Sorry, guys. I just freaked out my cats. Oh yeah, BD, I had a question for you. It was one I typed into Google earlier, which is how to apply for a short documentary film grant. Because it's been on the back of my mind ever since I made that the quick little film, right? The 5-minute short documentary film about the island of chimps. And then when I was in Nigeria very recently for the Nikon ZR launch and I was doing my presentation, there was some people who approached me afterwards, like, you know, kind words and everything. But there was one person in particular who I guess works somewhat in the industry or is like, does like podcast news stuff. But he basically was really lighting a fire under me, basically just like telling me that the video that I made is, you know, the stuff that wins grants. Anyways, you know, he could have just been puffing smoke up my ass, but it was still very motivating and confidence boosting. But it was one of the things where it's like, okay, how does one actually get money to fund doing these types of projects, which are not cheap? So there's two questions I'm trying to figure out. One is, with my existing short film, how can I send this out to different film festivals or organizations to like see if they will recognize it in some way that I could be able to put that as, like, slap it onto my resume of like, hey, I made this film that won something or got recognized by some entity. And then two, what are the organizations that actually fund future projects, right? Or up, you know, they will give you money to go out there and make more stuff. So those are the two things I'm trying to figure out. So anyways, I don't know, BD, this is also something we can talk about offline, but it sounds like you're in the space. So I'm always curious, like, what do people do in the film industry for this? King says, Fed, that 40 is so good for the size and the cost. It seems like today the topic is the 40 millimeter, or maybe Fed brought it up originally, but I thought maybe it was L. I think L earlier mentioned the 40 millimeter lens as well. Oh wait, no, I think, yeah, they mentioned the 42 f2. My most used lens on the ZR is the Zeiss Distagon 28 f2. The 28 is so versatile. I wouldn't mind having a 28. That would, yeah. I've never shot with the 28. I'm curious what the yeah, I'm curious what that looks like. How to apply for grant for short film documentary. I wonder if YouTube has an answer for me. How to apply to film grants to fund your film. 3 years ago. The best way to raise money for a film. Top 5 ways to finance your documentary film. Okay, which ones should we watch? How to get a grant for your short film. How to raise $15,000 in 10 days for your short film. Yo, this guy gave specifics in his thing here, which makes me want to click on it. How to apply for film grants for free, but that was 9 years ago from the Utah Film Festival. Are you pitching for short film funding? Don't make these mistakes. Okay. Man, I should be watching all of these. A guide to funding your film. How development works in film. Oh, it's from Studio Binder. Let's watch this one first.
As Tom Hanks once said, no one knows how a movie is made, though everyone thinks they do. From a flicker of an idea to the flickering image on screen, the whole process is a miracle. This series will cover the entire filmmaking process, from script to screen.
All right, hopefully you guys aren't hearing echoes.
We'll start at the beginning.
I'm just playing around with the mic
development
stuff right now.
Process. Examining how film
BD says, well, I'd be very careful generally about how you operate around this, as you could get exploited very fast and very easily. I don't doubt that. I'm easily exploitable. I'm easy to not manipulate, but if you ask me to do something, it's like hard for me to say no. It's a skill that I'm trying to develop, the ability to say no. But yeah, but fair enough. I can see what you're talking about.
Filmmakers get their stories greenlit and financed.
But we're talking like, I'm talking small grants. I'm talking like, yo, can you help fund? I just want someone to pay for my flights, and if I need a second crew member, like the cost of just having someone travel with me, camera gear maybe, but I mean I'm happy just filming with what I've got, right? I'm not trying to do high production stuff. I'm just trying to, yeah, just offset the cost at the bare minimum. And if there can be extra funds on top to, like, you know, pay for the time that I could have been doing other things, obviously that's great. But yeah, we're talking like 10 to 20,000. Yeah, stuff like that. But I don't know if that's normal. Maybe that's the average amount.
Money.
Show you what money?
Show me the money. Show me the money. Nothing? Yeah.
These are the stages of filmmaking. Development. Before we begin, remember to subscribe to Studio Binder and enable notifications to catch all of the future episodes.
Also, I
of the
guess
series.
I'm assuming this video is more
In today's
broad
episode, producer
of like
Alex Sachs
any kind of Hollywood film as well.
illuminate what it
Whereas
takes
I'm
to get through the
speaking
initial stage of
more
film
about like
production.
documentary, travel
My name is
documentary
Alex
stuff.
Sachs. I'm a film producer. I have produced movies like The Florida Project and the recent Jennifer Lawrence comedy No Hard Feelings. I have a movie in post right now called It Ends With Us, starring Blake Lively, based on Colleen.
Oh wait, is this that movie? This is that movie that's controversial, right? Or the actress in it, Blake Lively. A simple no won't work, says King. You need to say hello, hell nah, hell nah. BD says it's a very complicated process that there are multiple stages to, and I wouldn't really know how to say that with the limitations of Twitch chat. Fair enough, fair enough. I think I just need to Google like what are the big film grant companies, I guess. Like I just gotta see where do I make my applications to. I'm assuming that's the first step, right? You just gotta submit an application to a bunch of different reputable
The
sources.
development process in filmmaking refers to the inception of a movie, from coming up with an idea. turning
And
it
BD,
into
you
a
know what the
screenplay,
first Hollywood film I'm gonna be pitching? It's gonna be called The White Glove Society. You guessed it.
and getting funding. The development process has evolved through cinema's history. During the height of the studio system in the 30s and 40s, films were made in an assembly line process, and all the creatives were under the employment of the studio, assigned by executives to different projects.
They got you shooting on the lot?
Well, Mr. Mannix pulled me off the Western, says I'm doing a movie on a soundstage.
Fed says Cine Dream works pretty well. Oh, that's the thing you're using. Grading a bit and listening to the stream, it feels like grading in Photoshop. So you have a layer up and edit a still, works for some types of footage. Yo, I really hate editing in Photoshop. That's like one of those editing languages that it doesn't jive with my brain. So easy to get a filmic look. The halation is very good. Oh, thanks for sharing. It might be something I need to test out myself.
After the collapse of the studio system, a new mold began to take shape. The package unit system. The package unit system gives more power to producers who assemble a collection of elements for a film in order to get funding. The collection is called
I think
package. And can
so far I
include
feel
a
like this is
script,
a bit more
a piece of
high
intellectual
production
property,
breakdown.
movie star,
I need like low
and a
production.
director.
Petey says, I've been involved with the film that is currently in post. It's one of my best friend's debut features, and we shot it last year in New York City and have been chipping away at it. So you do it in phases. But then when you say you're chipping away at it, as in like, is this how Hollywood works or film industry works, where you can get some initial funding to do certain aspects of it, but then you need to keep getting more funding after the fact? Or I have no idea. Kavai is asking, what software do you prefer to Photoshop? I just use Lightroom. I don't do anything crazy. It's just I use Lightroom for 99% of my needs. And then when I need to do some special effects, I would rely on stuff like Topaz or Photoshop when I need to, like, you know, stretch the canvas or do some like AI based things. And then as of recent, now I'm testing out Luminar. So that's going to be one that hopefully is actually one I use in my normal my workflow. Let me put it in the chat. No, Luminar Neo. And you can get 10% off if you use that link, if you use Yobel Prize, the code. Wow, amazing. BD says, I am an EP. EP is what? Executive producer. I'm an executive producer on the film, and we had a multi-stage funding process over 2 years. Okay. But when you say multi-stage funding, I guess, yeah, I'm just curious, what exactly does that mean? As in, like, the first stage of funding can fund what? Like, because it's not like a TV show where you're just funding the pilot. I'm assuming if you're getting funds, it's not like you're making part of a movie. You would have to make the full movie. So is like stage 1 is enough money to actually do the shoot, and then stage 2 you have to convince or get money funding to do the editing, or yeah, I don't know. Fed says maybe they let you try it for free if you make a video about it. They're a small team, so probably want that if you ask them. Okay, well, actually, that's a really good point. Cine Dream. Thank you, Fed. I think I'm still too premature to be reaching out to companies like that, because I've already got Pidgitech, Dehancer, Music Bed. Like, they're not all asking for video reviews, by the way, but in terms of like now companies that have decided to work with me in some capacity where I feel like I should make some review videos, right? So I've got Pidgitech for the backpack and the physical gear. Then I've got Dehancer for the film emulation software. I've got Music Bed for the audio soundtracks, sound effects. And then now I've got this one Luminar Neo for like the photo enhancement tools. So, and I think I'm missing one, but point is, I still need to make even one of those videos. So I don't necessarily deserve, honestly, to be reaching out just yet. I need to actually put my money where my mouth is and show that I add value to these guys. But then, yeah, I think I would love to test them out as well. Kavai is asking, so would you prefer Luminar over Photoshop for artificial things? I don't know yet. I think for some of, because I don't do a lot of crazy artificial stuff. I just want to do things like extending the canvas if I have to make it a bigger canvas than what I've got. If I want to do different types of light effects, if it's got different presets as well for color grading. It seems like Luminar does all of those. So it's, yeah, I don't think I'll need Photoshop if Luminar does what it says it can do. But it is early days, so I don't want to oversell something. I'm still in the testing phase of it, but it seems like it has a few features that I think are fantastic. And just, it's a bit more it's way more intuitive than Photoshop for me. Unfortunately, Photoshop, when I try to play with it and the concept of layers, it just always feels like a black box. It might be better nowadays because with, you know, it's several versions in, they might have changed the UI a bit as well to make it a bit more user-friendly. It's just never been user-friendly for me. Fed says maybe Lightroom is a better comparison. The setup looks like it. You can change parameters in 4 different ways. Yeah, so it sounds like what you're saying, Fed, is more in line with what I prefer. Those like sliders and just a bit more, it's just a more intuitive UI. BD says, let's just say, for example, the initial pitch budget is $5 million, but pre-production and labor costs exceeded that quickly, and we had to open another funding round. Okay. Actually, now that you say that, that sounds so obvious. I guess I was overthinking it. So yeah, okay, so you request a certain amount. So it's like, hey, we need $5 million to complete this project, pre to post production. And then as you're filming or as you're in the process, the moment you realize like, okay, we're exceeding the budget, now we need to send out another call for money. But each time you're asked, or I guess what your deliverable is for each round is a finished product. It's just sometimes your expectations of the cost will change. So, okay, I think that makes sense. Fed says you can use the mouse, arrow, sliders, or wheels to do all the basic gradings. Perfect. TOW lawyers. 2 lawyers. Basic grade. Oh, layers. Jesus. 2 layers, basic grade and final edit with LUTs and effects. Okay. That all sounds very intuitive. So sounds like a tool I could use.
Package unit system, creatives have more freedom, but it is often more difficult to put a project together. Producer Steve Golan explains the variables in assembling a package.
If you have a good piece
Also,
of
look at my
material
cat.
and you get the
Oh, you can't see. She's got one of her arms just dangling over there. Yeah, you can see it here. Yeah. Yeah.
right filmmaker, you will attract a good cast. Good directors get good cast, but good material gets good directors.
Today, the package unit system continues to dominate the American film industry. Let's take a
Man, I wish I was in film from like, I wish, not that I want to redo my life or anything. Obviously, we have time. I'm in my early 30s, right? There's time yet. But it's like looking at this, it's like, oh, I wish I went to film school. I wish I could have like just learned all of these things from day one.
You really need those value attachments to get independent financiers interested in writing you a check for your movie.
This means that whatever shape the package takes, it needs to make clear why it is a good investment for potential financiers. A package can begin in a few places. One way is with a spec script, a fully written screenplay that a writer has made on their own, with no guarantees, no attachments, and no payment. A spec script may land in a producer's lap through a writer's agent or manager.
Beardley Oberon gave us a draft that's extremely classy.
Or a script may get the attention of a producer by doing well at a festival, getting selected for a fellowship, or appearing on the blacklist. A list of highly sought-after screenplays.
Again, though, these are obviously like more high production
which
stuff.
was written by first-time screenwriter Robert Siegel. The script made its way.
Beauty says, as I have sought advice from people who are versed in independent film financing, I have always been told to always do private, never go public. What does that mean? When you say how do you go public with it? Hey. No, Nala. No, Nala. Yeah. Sorry, I'm confused. I'm trying to figure this out. When you go public, so people go public with the funding? My assumption was like everything's private. I didn't know that there's like a public thing. Or maybe I'm confused by that. Fed says they made it to feel like editing in Lightroom and similar photo editors just for video for people used to that. I like it for now. Got to test it with more different footage though. Nice. Well, thank you for reporting back to me, because like it does sound like a tool that I could absolutely see myself using. So yeah.
Onto the blacklist, and there it got the attention of Protozoa Pictures.
What the hell is a
Darren
blacklist?
Aronofsky's production company.
Wait, is that Steve Jobs? Does this guy not look like Steve Jobs? Darren Aronofsky. Okay.
Sized but rare. More often than not, spec scripts are a way for producers and executives to scout talent for other projects rather than make the script itself. If a producer does see a spec script they want to make, they might not buy it outright and instead get an option for the rights. Meaning they
Man, just even listening to this,
purchase the script.
I don't know why my mind's jumping to this, but it feels almost like this is an industry rife, I guess would be the right word, rife with corruption. There's so many handoffs here. It sounds like it's all about who do you know, how much are you willing to pay, how many people will steal someone's idea and tweak it throughout these phases. Maybe this is what you meant, BD, about like careful about being exploited and stuff. But it's like, Jesus, there's so many ways, there's so many layers. Yeah. Fed says they made you've probably seen at least some of his films. Oh, that dude that looks like Steve Jobs? Probably. I'm really bad with the director names usually. My 2 friends and I are going into putting a pitch deck, and we are going to shoot a tonal sizzle. What is that? A tonal sizzle? Tonal sizzle. I mean, I think I get what it means, but a sizzle reel. Okay, that's what I've heard that word or term. A sizzle reel. For the tonal smart home gym. Okay, now AI is going a little wacky. For an original project we've been wanting to develop for a long time. That's so cool. Fed says The Wrestler, Requiem for a Dream. I haven't watched either of them. I know I'm supposed to watch Requiem for a Dream. It was like one of those growing up. No, sorry, I'm mixing it up. Actually, no. The two that I remember growing up that people said it's like cult classics is Requiem for a Dream, which I haven't seen yet. I should put this on my list. And then Clockwork Orange. A Clockwork Orange. Okay. Stanley Kubrick. Kubrick. So those are two I remember growing up that was like, oh, I should watch this, but I never got to. And then The Wrestler. Is that the real wrestling? I think it is, right? Or no, is it a fake one? Oh, it's fake wrestling. Part of me always, I don't always adhere to this these days, but growing up, I really despised pro wrestling because as someone who spent my whole life wrestling, because my dad was a wrestler, he taught it to me, and you know, it's like Olympic wrestling, right? Not like the pro wrestling stuff. It was like so annoying how many times growing up when people are like, oh, what do you like, do you play any sports? And I'm like, oh yeah, I'm a wrestler. And like, oh, me too. It's like, oh really? And it's like, yeah, do you know that one? And then they say a flying dragon something knuckle buster move, and I'm like, ugh. And so I got like pigeoned in with all the fake wrestling. So annoying. Requiem for a Dream is about all sorts of addiction. Okay, I need to watch that one. It's kind of like a short film that establishes a visual and tonal language for the actual film so that people can... So it's like it's a pitch video? Or yeah, I guess it'd be like a trailer to your video, I guess. I see. Yeah, I just finished putting a pitch deck together myself. So yeah, I'm currently pitching my own concept, which is going to be for next year. Basically, when I say I'm pitching it, I already know the idea is going to work. I already know I'm going to do it. It's more, I'm just trying to see if I can get some people lined up or companies lined up who can sponsor me and like help fund the idea. But yeah, it'll be when I start doing my travel IRL live streams. The Wrestler is about the hardship of doing that job. It's not real per se, but it's like being a stuntman, you get injured a lot. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I used to despise it. Nowadays, I'm like, yo, I mad respect, right? Because like they are obviously actual athletes, and it's like you're basically an actor and an athlete at the same time. And you have to be incredibly, you know, yeah, it's a physically grueling endeavor. So yeah, 99%. Well, damn. Okay. Oh, that's Darren Aronofsky. Hold on. I can't be the only one who said this. Does Darren Aronofsky look like... See? Oh my god, it's like this. It's the first one that popped up in this Google search. Darren Aronofsky looks like Steve Jobs. Okay, and why are they comparing to Elon? AI says you're right. Many people online notice a resemblance between director Darren Aronofsky and tech icon Steve Jobs. Good to know. Many of them were real wrestlers at first. Oh, that's a good point too. I guess I never thought of that. Yeah, so like I said, I mean, this was an immature way of looking at things growing up, where I was just like, oh, I hate pro wrestling because it's fake and it's taking away from what I do. But that was like a childish thought. Oh, he did The Fountain? I really like The Fountain and Black Swan. Damn, so this guy's like, this guy does everything. So I need to watch Requiem for a Dream. He did Pi. Oh, no, not the Pi that I know of. So he did The Fountain. He did... What the hell? I've heard The Whale is very good. I've never seen that. Okay. I don't know how IMDb works.
Hey, how you doing? I know it's been
Within a few years.
BD says, but to answer your question in short, I think the best way for you, what you're looking for is to find organizations that are willing to finance projects for causes that you're aligned with and want to shoot around. Okay. Well, thank you, BD. I do appreciate that. And I think, yeah, I think that's what I need to focus on.
The project is released back to the writer, or the option is renewed. Options cost much less money than buying and allow the producer to only have to spend big on the screenplay once they know it will be made.
IPs and sequels. That is the thing that people want.
Another initial step for packaging is intellectual property, or IP. A creative work like a book or an article which you can legally protect with copyrights. A producer will obtain the rights for a piece of pre-existing intellectual property and seek out the necessary creatives to convert this IP into a movie.
You are without doubt the worst pirate I've ever heard of.
Come on, Nala.
This packaging method has always been popular in Hollywood. Entire departments in studios and production companies are dedicated to obtaining the rights for various properties. Producers often have an easier
BD
time
says not
finding
necessarily
funding for a
that they
project
always
based on
finance
intellectual property
shorts
because the material has
specifically,
already
but are
proven
just willing
to
to
be
finance
popular.
projects aligned with
So
their
it's
missions.
less of a gamble
Gotcha.
for a financier.
You love Pokemon.
No.
Yeah, you do.
That was a long time ago.
It can
Yo, did you see there's this new Google thing where you can split screen?
Identifying the material, going to the representative, and starting a negotiation.
Is this not the coolest thing, man? I just saw this pop up on today, but Google Chrome now can let you split screen within one tab. And I don't know why. I don't know if this is like super dumb or not to other people, but to me, for some reason, this is exactly what I need to my freaking multitasking brain or whatever. So now I can play this video. Obviously, I can just split it as well, but this just feels a bit easier for me instead of having to keep dragging one box over to the left and the right.
More interested than others in terms of like, I want to understand the creative vision. I want this to be something that complements the book and the vision of the book that I wrote. Whereas, like I said, others don't care. And they'll just take the check, which good for them.
IP can be found anywhere, as Greta Gerwig's Barbie illustrates.
Ooh, here we go. Let me just Google film grants.
Mattel had licensed the
UAE.
film rights of its popular doll to many producers.
I know that there are a lot of people that travel the world doing so. Fez says, yeah, I saw that when I got an update a few days ago, split screen. It's amazing, man. Holy shite. Beauty says, BD says, unfortunately, I don't really know anybody too well that does that sort of thing personally. No worry. Oh no, I wasn't asking for you to like put me in touch with someone. I was just curious. I know so little about this world, and every time I learn something, I realize how much I don't know. Starting with, yeah, like how just knowing that there's so many steps to the process to get something on the big screen. So yeah, anyways, it's all very daunting. But honestly, it just requires me to do a few Google searches, you know? It's not like... I'm sure at the end of the day, it's not really rocket science. It just do your research, go online, search for these existing foundations or organizations that will do grants, film grants. So Al-Qasimi Foundation, Ras Al Khaimah Arts, UAE government, okay, work for the government, Sharjah Arts Foundation, Abu Dhabi Film Fund. Sanad also offers year-round support. Okay. Abu Dhabi Film Commission, UAE Ministry of Culture and Youth, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so there's a whole line of Google's searches for this, and then also how to win awards for a short film. This is not the right Google search. Fed says, I'm not sure how much I will use the split screen, but I like to have options. Yo, I'm gonna use this all the time now. I don't know why. Because again, it's just because it's one step removed from having to drag two windows side by side, and then Alt. I have to hit a special button to Alt tab between them, especially if I have multiple Chrome windows, then it might open up the wrong window. No, I wasn't meaning that. I'm just saying I don't have any experience around doing that sort of thing specifically, so I can't speak to it. No worries, no worries. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I made a 5-minute short documentary film. Can I submit it to various orgs to try to win awards or recognition for it so I can be a proper filmmaker? No, I'll just leave it at this. Recognition for it. Academy of Motion Pictures. Okay, no, I'm not trying to reach for the stars. Okay, so it's film festivals. That seems to be the answer. Okay. Okay. You can go to Abu Dhabi for that and sign up for the grappling tournament too and make use of your wrestling. Yeah, it's like, I'll fight you for the... Yeah, exactly. If I can't win you by if I can't win you over with my words, maybe I can win you over with my fists. Something like that. Alright. Okay, guys, I'm looking at the time. It is 10:20, so it's past my bedtime. Tomorrow's a busy day for me. I mentioned my mom should be flying in sometime tomorrow, I think. I need to double check. I thought it was going to be today. It's actually tomorrow, but I forget what time. So I will TBD if I might do like a co-working stream just because I have a lot of work to get done. But then in terms of like doing a normal stream, that's just, let me just see what time my mom's flying in. If she's not flying in for some reason until super late, then I should be able to do a normal stream. Otherwise, you might not be hearing from me for at least a few days or so. I want to see my cadence, just trying to figure out my schedule with my mom. Obviously, I want to make sure she's prioritized, show her around Dubai and all that fun stuff, and then see how I can work in my streams in between. If I'm not able to, there's a chance that you guys won't be really hearing from me until the start of the new year. But yeah, I'll mention in the Discord as we figure things out. Abu Dhabi Submission Fighting World Championship, ADCC. You know, I wouldn't mind doing, I would love to get back into physical sports, like grappling and stuff. Wrestling, for sure. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu makes a bit more sense because it's a bit more popular around here, so... BD says, in my world and the culture in my space, you have to be very careful about which festivals you submit for because you don't want to be perceived as a lowlife, to say the least. What? What do you mean? Wait, you could be, reputation is everything? Fair enough. But what do you mean by that? Or like, how, so let's say if I apply, if I'm understanding you correctly, or if I'm just going to walk it out, let's say I submit something to a film festival, and let's say it's the wrong festival. You submit because you don't want it to be perceived. You're saying I could actually submit something to the wrong festival, which has certain reputations are built around it. I don't know any of the. It sounds like sounds crazy. I don't know what any of that means. Fed says wrestlers have won it too, but BJJ probably win it most often. I think I'm past my prime though. Let's be real. My body is like completely shot to pieces. I've mentioned this before, but that moment, the first time it happened, now it's happened several times, but the moment I wake up and then I yawn, and just from yawning too hard, you pull a muscle in your neck. That was like that first moment. It happened a few years ago. That's when you realize, like, damn, I'm part of the older generation now. Maple says your kitten is cartoonishly chill. Yeah, I mean, what the hell? Look at this little guy. Look at Kimpap. Kimpap. Good boy. Good boy, Kimpap. Yeah, talking about you, buddy. Good boy, Kimpap. Look how goofy you are. Yeah. Look at you. So this is yeah, Maple, I was saying I'm going to record like hours of my cats in both their beds, and they're going to be part of my new YouTube channel, Lo-Fi Cat Naps, where it's just going to be hours long lo-fi music with my cat just sleeping there. So it's like a live action version of those like animated loops that you see on YouTube. Look at this guy. Hold on, let me hide the chat box real quick, because he just looks so absurdly absurd. Where is the freaking chat box? Okay, I need to take a screenshot of this. Yes, Nala. Man, what a goofy ass. Hey, Nala. 1 second. Fed says, yeah, it's a young man sport in general. Yes. Come on, Nala. Off you go. I gotta protect my hand from the cat hair. Although it is technically wrapped up, so it should be fine. Yeah. BD says, if you're not in TIFF, is it con or canis or cans? My American ass is gonna call it cans. No, con. I think I've heard people say the con festival. Okay. If you're not in TIFF, con, Venice, Sundance, you are not serious. Okay, listen, I'm not trying to reach for that. I'm just trying to like, I just want whatever is the lowest, I was gonna say lowest hanging fruit, but basically what is the lowest level of acceptable organization where if you win from them, you can at least say like, hey, I'm an award-winning filmmaker, you know? What can you get away with? It's kind of insane, but that's just how the space perceives you. Gotcha. Oh, Maple, thank you. You sent me a clip. Hells yeah. Oh, I can't open it from this thing. Okay, I'll check it out. Dang it. Thank you, Maple. Yeah, look at my cats. They're freaking adorable. Maple, I think you were here before when I was updating you, when I was giving an update on my set. But yeah, I think now my studio is ready to go. We've got my cat camera number 1 over here with Nala. And then even when we're on each one, you can see at the bottom here, both of the cameras still. So me and Kimpop now chilling. And then the one we were just looking at. So then we got Kimpop's, no, not that one. Kimpop cam. And let me turn the chat box back on. And then over time, I'll probably do some updates to the right section and in the background in terms of like lighting or different stuff. We'll see. We can have fun with it. And then over here, we've got our new setup. We've got Mr. Steampunk, or Brad. I just moved it up one spot in terms of my branding. And then we have this nightlight cat just chilling up there. So Maple says, I've been popping in and out because I've been working, but we love a complete studio. Yes, I think this is it's near complete, as much as like my space can allow for. So, oh, and then Maple, I forget if you were here earlier when I was saying, I do have a new tattoo, so check it out. Amazing shout out. I'll put his link in the chat again. I know there are a lot of smaller festivals that post their submission calls to Film Freeway. Oh yeah, that's the one I just saw on Google. Oh yeah, it's on my screen right now. Over here, it says Film Freeway. www.instagram.com/ it's really a process where you have to research how well perceived those festivals are in your space. Fair enough. Okay, so check him out. Amazing work, as you can see. I love this so much, and it's, again, now it's on my hand, so there's no escaping it. I'm trying to shut the door effectively from me ever being able to return to corporate life. And yeah, hopefully this is a big moment for me. I'm really happy with how this turned out, and like I said, it's going to continue. So part 2 and everything, it'll extend to the rest of my my lower arm, and then we're going to mix in some color on these parts, like weaving through this. So Maple says, depending what you're up to, definitely recommend hopping back and forth between art and just chatting. Because now that you're colorful and polished, you'll definitely be pulling viewers from various homepages. So diversify categories. Ooh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, and the other one I was using, I forget, Maple, if I was talking to you about this, but I am now doing co-working sessions as well. So that's been really fun. Just, I think I'm getting my YouTube set up so I can do co-working there. But basically, yeah, just doing some chill co-working sessions where I can actually get work done and you won't really hear from me. So it won't be like my normal streams, but that's been fun to test out and be productive as well. So, but yeah, thank you for that. Yes, absolutely do co-working too if you're working away. Oh, by the way, Maple, since you're here, because I know I've been meaning to chat with you offline as well. But where is it? So this is a this is a colorful example of what I've been working on. I have like a proper pitch deck, but this is just like, we were doing some research online the other day about what kind of tech is required to effectively run a live stream in the middle of a national park or in the middle of Africa for like wildlife captures. So basically the thing that I'm trying to put together, you can imagine it would be like a Starlink connected to the roof, which will then be the Wi-Fi source. And then I will also have a cell bonding kit. So this could be like the TVU or the live view. And then I need an external router. And so Swiss Army Cinema in the chat had recommended something called the Slate 7 dual band Wi-Fi 7 travel router. And yeah, so basically I'm putting it together visually just for fun on stream. But yeah, this is something I'm definitely going to be putting forward so that I can start doing this next year. And what I mentioned before in the chat is like, for me, success is like if I can get other streamers, other people in the space, like yourself, Maple, right, who does like IRL stuff. If I can somehow get you to travel with me, or like, you know, do some collaborations. Anyways, there's a few thoughts that I'm trying to figure out. BD says, you don't want to be the guy that adds a bunch of recognition badges to your trailer or supercut, and those who are inclined do their due diligence and realize you're the only submission to whatever it was. Yeah, can you imagine? It's like winner, you know, winner of the Yobel Prize Festival, or yeah, the prize. Yeah, and you find out it's like, oh, you won a prize. What's the name of the prize? Oh, it's called Yobel Prize. Oh, what's your brand name? What's your what do you go by? Oh, I go by Yobel Prize. It's in the name. It's actually insane how many people think that's a good thing to showcase. Yeah, no, I don't mean it like that. I just mean like I want to start figuring out, because I don't think I'm at a level where I could ever submit something to like the big guys. But there must be like tiered. It's like the little leagues versus the major leagues and minor leagues, whatever. There must be like a tiered structure where you can submit your amateur kind of content to somewhat serious but for amateur you know, competition, let's say, or festival, whatever the term is. Maple says, if you've got internet signal, you're kind of good, but Starlink doesn't handle port forwarding, etc. the same way for connecting to your PC at home, so you'll likely have to use a Bellabox Cloud for the relay server. Okay, I've heard of the Bellabox as like an alternative, but yeah, let me know, because basically I think I might have some ability to, just like from the people that I've been engaging with and like the brands, there's a chance that I could hopefully work with like a TVU or a live view potentially. Otherwise, I'll have to just buy or rent it myself, and they're very expensive. So these are some things. This is why I'm putting a pitch deck. This is why off camera I've been doing a lot of like emails and meetings and stuff, because to do this consistently, not just like as a one-off, is very expensive. So you need to convince enough people that you're worth investing in for like a consistent concept. And this is like my bread and butter. So yeah, anyways, I'm just kind of putting I have a whole tech stack put together, but generally speaking, it was going to be Starlink, depending on the location, the TVU or the live view for the cell bonding, if I'm at like a private game reserve where they've got cell towers, which apparently there's a number of them that do. There's like 2 big streamers that were pointed out to me before, Maya and Adapt, who recently did some safaris, and they used TVU packed with like a cell. They use like some kind of antenna to boost the signal, and they were at a game reserve that has cell tower service, so they were able to have a really clean recording throughout, or stream throughout. So there are alternatives, but I want to really push the proof of concept into the Starlink territory. But yeah, so I'll have like imagine a Starlink, the TVU, either the ATEM Mini ISO Extreme G2 or the Rodecaster Video S. Maple says Bella Box is physical hardware, but overall it's not that expensive setup. As long as you can maintain the stable internet, you're good. Yeah. And then I think I'll have like a Nanook or a Pelican case, because I think one of the brands has a relationship with Nanook, so I might be able to, again, as I'm trying to put this all together, because this is like multi thousands of dollars to like try to do this yourself. But hopefully some of these things can be offset, including like getting the right protective case that I would need to customize, right? To have like some ventilation system, to have where the switcher goes, the wireless microphones, maybe a monitor built in. I don't know. There's a whole thing that I'm putting together. You said read the message above Bella Box hardware. I must have missed one. Hold on. Oh, sorry. Bella Box Cloud is a service, $10 a month to send signal to, and then OBS will receive that signal as a browser source. Oh. Okay, let me write that down here. So this Bella Box Cloud, I don't know if it's like its own thing here, so let me just write it and we'll clean it up later. It's Bella Box Cloud. Hooks up to OBS as browser source. Okay, I'll do some double checking on that. What exactly does that mean? I don't know what's right there for now. Fez says, I can see now how it works along with halation and bloom. I can see the grain in the halation and vice versa. The halation seems stronger now. Okay. Fed, how does it compare to the Cine Dream? Or so how does Cine Dream compare to dehancer then? Maple says Maya is big though. Yeah, here's the funny thing. When I've been putting the pitch deck together, because I was putting this together for some time now, and it's been an idea in my mind for at least 2 years. Like ever since, even before I started live streaming, it was always like, hey, I want to do what I do as my living, which is traveling all the time for wildlife. I want to be able to take that to the live world. One of the thoughts that I had was like, okay, if I branch this out to non-photographers, it'd be like collabing with someone like Maya, because I don't really know her, but I know that she's known for like her animal sanctuary, and she's a huge streamer. So that's always been a thought. And then lo and behold, Maya does exactly what I'm trying to do, but like as a tourist and like a one-off type thing, but like going to South Africa and doing, I was like, yo, that's so crazy. So yeah, they're tied in directly with the IRL tech people who make the IRL backpacks and tech and provide service as well. Kavai says, eating dinner right now, by the way. Do you by chance have experience with selling your own products IRL? Because I made a batch of a dozen self-made tallow cups to be sold to a farmer's market. I don't know how to price them. I'm not certain on the labeling design and process yet. I have no idea, Kavai, on the physical product stuff. I've never done that yet. But this is where I would say my best friend is ChatGPT or Gemini. If you reach out, like, if maybe this is something where you ask some of those AI tools to kind of give you a breakdown of the key steps that you should consider. And then if you need to design labels and stuff, I mean, Canva, if you have access to Canva, you can do so many things on there. If you need to reach out to like someone to hire, like Fiverr or Upwork, you can always find designers there if you need to like design some labels and stuff. But yeah, I'm not too familiar with like physical assets. Maple says you send your SRTLA video signal from whatever you're using to the Bella Box service. Okay, I need to write these things down. Jesus. And this is why I needed to reach out to you, Maple, a long time ago. It's just, it is what it is, okay? I'm glad you're here now. Video signal to Bella Box. Fed says, disregard my last message. I wrote something I was saying to someone else here by mistake. No worries, no worries. I said it out loud either way. SRTLA is what allows bonded internet connection for multiple connection/cards. But is that any different from using like a TVU or a live view? you're saying you need, because I thought like even like the one that Maya was using for her stream, it looked like they were just using a TVU, and that was it. In my case, I want the TVU plus the Starlink, plus anything else that would amplify or boost cell service or anything else. Dehancer is better overall, more versatile for more different footage, and I prefer the way it works, but Cinedream has some advantages. Halation looks much more real. Okay. I might use Cinedream only for halation. Okay, so it's got some like specialties. Maple says, yes, we need to talk directly about the sub, but it's not that complicated when you understand the signal chain. Okay. But yeah, like generally speaking, it would be, imagine a Pelican or like a Nanook case with the A10 Mini or video switcher, the audio stuff, the power banks, and then maybe a monitor on the top lid. So it'd be like a custom case, but then I would need it closed because I'm on a moving vehicle with a lot of dust and everything else. So it'd be closed up during the drives. And so I need a ventilation. So it basically needs a ventilation system. And then the cables would be peeking through that connects up to multiple cameras that are rigged up to the Jeep, plus some additional microphones. And then the Starlink up top and the TVU next to the case. And then most likely it'd be like a two-man crew. So I would need a second person who would be, you know, either in the backseat or I guess technically remote is my understanding of it. But they would be able to do the switching on the fly. But then I think I took some inspiration from what you did, Maple, where like during the stream, even if I just get my phone or something hooked up to the vehicle, and so I can kind of monitor myself, or I could do the switching or whatever else I need to on my end. I guess I could do that as well for like a pilot. LiveView or whatever is just a branded version of BellaBox with other features, etc. BellaBox is open source, but LiveView is doing their own thing and make their own bags, etc. I see. It's all using the same tech, at least in terms of IRL streamers using it. Okay. Wow, we're learning so much. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, it goes to show how much more I need to kind of figure out. But this is where, again, I am kind of relieved that Maya did that stream, Maya and Adapt, because it was like basically doing the proof of concept. Now, it's not a full one-to-one proof of concept for like, you know, what I'm trying to do, because for me, it's all about like traveling all throughout Africa to different locations, not everywhere where you can have cell coverage and, you know, those kind of things. So that's where I want to take it one step further and really test it out with the Starlink, as well as whatever else I need to like rely on. And then for me, it's also relying on the fact that this is kind of what I do for a living now. So reaching out to various lodges, various countries for different types of, not just like, you know, Jeep safaris, but like doing some kind of the boating stuff. There's a few other cool concepts that I've been pitching, but yeah, I'll keep some of that until it's like actually more real. No need to like say everything. Fad says, enjoy your time with your mom. Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, it'll be her first time visiting me. And I've been in Dubai over 5-7 years, something like that. I've been here for a long time now. Longer than I've been in any other location besides childhood. And usually I travel home once a year. But then in the past 2 years, I haven't been able to go home. So this is nice that she's making her way out to me. So yeah, I have to figure out some nice plans with her. I haven't really done any planning though. We'll just see the normal sights of Dubai. You know, hey, here's that big tower, Burj Khalifa. Hey, here's that nice hotel, 7 stars. Hey, here's that shiny bean-looking thing, the future of something. Here's some sand, the desert, and here's a camel. I think once I do all of those 5 things, that's all of Dubai, right? Mabel says, LiveView has their... Oh wait, Kavai, you said, Yobel, is there a free image software you would recommend? Free imaging software. When you say image software, like a photo editing software? I'm not sure why. I can't think of anything. Free photo editing software. Let's see if something triggers some thoughts. Oh, is Canva considered free? I guess Canva does have some stuff. I don't think it's known for like photo editing though. Okay, here's what I'd say, Kavai. When it comes to like free imaging software, I usually just think of like mobile apps, not like desktop editing. But yeah, I don't see anything here. I'm not as, it's been a while since I've been focusing so much on video that I haven't been focusing on a lot of photo editing stuff of late. It's mainly just Lightroom for me. If Canva is free, I guess maybe try out Canva, because at least Canva has like background removers and some other cool AI features. I just don't know what's part of their free tier. Maple says LiveView has their own encoders and decoders, etc., which are more affordable than Vision Tech, which is the company that literally made SRT open source in the first place. SRT being the video transfer protocol, which is the replacement for RTMP. I have heard of RTMP. Yeah, because I see it for the live streaming. You need to choose the RTMP, blah, 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 which is what's most used by streaming platforms and action cameras, etc. Okay. Fed says look sharks. Oh yeah, sorry. That's the sixth thing you can do in Dubai. Go to the mall and look at the sharks swimming around next to you. Thank you. Maybe go skiing. Maples suggests Affinity Photo was bought. Oh no, sorry. Affinity Photo was bought by a Canva, and it does a lot of Photoshop stuff. Oh, nice, nice. Okay, yeah, Canva. I stand by. It's. Do I have an affiliate link for Canva? Hold on. yobelprize.com/gear. Dang it. I don't even know my link. My gear. Damn. I was hoping I had one. But yeah, Canva is absolutely a blessing for I use it every day for everything from like creating logos or my thumbnails to different graphics, GIFs, QR code generation. It does like so many things. It's and it's got its own AI tools now, and apparently, as Maple was saying, they've got this affinity thing. Also use Darktable on desktop if you want a semi Lightroom style experience. Ooh, okay. Fed says there's many that are free, but you don't get as many features. You have to pay for a full version usually. Well, thank you guys for helping Kavai, because honestly, I was hitting a wall there. I didn't really have good answers. Affinity is separate from Canva, but it is a good software. Honestly, it's free unless you want to pay and get the AI tools, but you don't need that. Especially for branding stuff, check out Affinity. I think I did briefly read that Canva, the whole thing about Affinity and Canva. I just didn't, I heard it in some recent announcement from Canva, but I just didn't double click on it. Okay, so I have a bunch of homework for me. I need to watch all these videos about applying for film grants. And also I need to watch videos on, or I need to research which film festivals can I apply my short film documentary to. And then I have to continue research on the Starlink concept and like IRL streaming. Mabel says I posted a video in the photo family about using Affinity and what it can do compared to Photoshop. Oh, nice. Yeah, Kavai, I don't know if you're on Maple's Discord community. Maple, I don't know if you can send a link to it or not, because I think links might be blocked on my chat, but okay, I have to be careful with my skin wrap. Oh my god, yo, look at my cat. Holy Christ. Okay, this is another photo moment. Let me Maple sent a link to the Discord. I highly recommend everyone to hop in. Let me quickly, before it's too late, before the moment disappears. I need to create a version of this without any overlay so I can quickly take screenshots. Where the heck is the chat box? There it is. Oh my god. What a dumb, goofy looking cat. Screen grab. I think the focus is right. Let me see if I can subtly adjust it without waking. Okay. Let's take another quick screen grab. That's way too cute. What a dumbass. I shouldn't say that, but I will. Okay, sorry. Maple says, there you go. If you're into photography and photography streamers. Yes, so shout out to Maple, because Maple, I mean, man, this is in the first few days of my streaming journey, I think someone introduced me to your community. Man, who was it? It's been way too long now. Anyway, someone introduced me to your photography streaming community, and then from there, that allowed me to meet other photography streamers. It made me realize that there's a whole community on Twitch. So it was also like really cool stuff. So thank you. Maple said I might have found you too there. No, I think it was someone else. I think someone else, and then I think you popped in eventually, but there's someone else who like introduced me to your Discord community. I'm pretty sure, but my memory is a bit wiped right now, so. Cyronius? No, this is before Cyronius. I want to say like, it was one of the first ones on my, like it could have been someone like Ivy EXP or someone else. I don't know. It was so long ago. Whatever, it doesn't matter. But look at this adorable cat. Okay, anyways. It is now almost 11. I want to see if I can maybe raid someone. Because I don't know, like I said, I don't know when I will be streaming next. It just depends on, I'll know for sure tomorrow morning or afternoon. Oh, there's wait, Maple, I think you told me about Chia 233 before. And I think I see them streaming right now. And they've got a cat profile image. So that seems like a Photoshoppers. Okay, cool. Okay. If you guys don't mind, those of you on Twitch, I am going to shift over onto a raid to support a fellow photography streamer named Chia. Let me hit some buttons here. But we got some time. Ugh. But yeah, guys, I appreciate all the support as always. And like I said, today was a very, very memorable day for me. Day 106. The day that we got all this ink work done. Shout out to my buddy over there. You can't see him just yet, but yes. This is a milestone moment for me. So the question is, where do we go from here? Anywhere but corporate. That's essentially why. So I appreciate everyone. Today was a fun stream. Thank you again, Fed, for sharing that video. It was fun to actually break down and also see how you're creating your work. We still got like 45 more seconds, but let's get ready to end things. Let's get ready to rumble. Thank you guys. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and hit this raid now. So those of you on Twitch, hopefully you'll stick around, support Chia, and then stay tuned to the Discord. I'll let you guys know if I'm streaming tomorrow or not. You can always just hit the raid button. Yeah, let me just hit. Kavai says, thanks for the daily streams. 30 watch streak. Oh, yo, thank you very much for that. Cool. Well, thank you, all of you guys. All right, let's hit this raid now button. Cheers. And then for those of you on YouTube, I think I have to hit a few more buttons. So stick around. This is the benefit of being on YouTube. You get to watch me figure shit out afterwards.